East Kingston and Port Royal, 2 boxes of 91.
We don't need to hear that one.
Well, let's not have our listeners feel that we
No,
have
no, no.
forgotten.
But it was what validated once.
Yeah, once, never again.
1980.
Not likely. St. James South at the moment, we're watching that. We're really expecting that that's one of the seat Clifford that you have to take back. 3.6% of the vote counted.
You see, the problem, Emily,
Yeah.
is that what we have here on either side
Yeah.
are two people who are emphatic,
Yes.
that they are confident.
Yes.
They're going to take back their seat and they're going to hold on to the
Yes,
seat.
yes.
So, I don't know.
It's a good thing we don't listen exclusive to them because we come with independent analyses. So it's 3.6% of the votes counted. GLP 198, PNP 243. So the PNP is leading there at the moment. But again, it depends on the division that those boxes are coming from. So we're watching Westmoreland Eastern, a seat you need to take as well at the moment officially. 5.7% counted, and the PNP is leading by 6 votes, 259 to the GLP's 253. That's Dr. Dayton Campbell against Daniel Lawrence in constituency of former Prime Minister P.J. Patterson. Yeah.
Eastern Portland, 2 boxes of 140. Anne-Marie Vaz, 195. Isaac Buchanan, 103. Tracy and Gillespie Harris, no votes so far. So that's just 2 boxes there out of Portland Eastern.
Can I just jump in to say, St. James Southern, right?
Yes.
If you look at the data, in 2016, Labour Party, 6,216, but you notice in the COVID election, would have increased our numbers in that seat, 7,245 votes. So a lot of work has been done in that seat. We expect the Labour Party to have a good showing there this evening.
We're going to go to break, but just before that, we asked members of the public how important they think this election is to them. Take a look.
How important have this election been to you?
Well, it's very important to me, boss. You see me? Because I want this thing to go ahead away, you see me? You don't know. I want to get rid of and put up a put in and answer the thing the right way.
Choose Jamaica our time. Yeah, and Jonas do a lot. I know Mark good with a plan. Him don't have a plan, and Jonas have a whole heap of plan. Whole heap of plan, and Jonas have. And tell you something good to me. To fly from foreign, come to Jamaica just for this.
This election is very important as a young person because the future of Jamaica is rested in Mark Golding, who is the leader of the People's National Party.
Very, very important because they make all of the young people eat food and do better. What I mean? And to do a lot to Jamaica.
Thank you so much for staying with us for TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 elections, listening here to the two politicians talking. So we're going to be sharing some results with you, but just before that, come. But no soon I get WhatsApp from all over Jamaica, so come, each one need to let off something for me. Ron, come talk to us, tell us what you're hearing.
Well, we're hearing some good data is coming in so far. We just want to continue to watch it. I still think that there are some seats to watch. I know my friend over there is looking at Easter St. Andrew. I believe we're doing extremely well there so far. We should win that one.
That's Favor Williams and Patricia Duncan Sutherland.
Yes.
All right, and Clifford, come, let
I
off.
think we're expected to like beautifully so I think you guys have said before. And all those I think just reflects what we're seeing with EOJ and someone so far. But it's in tandem with EOJ's projections.
Okay, want to share with our listeners and our viewers, reminding, of course, that we know we have listeners on radio as well as some of our viewers who are blind, so want to bring you up to date with some results. So here we go with Hanover Western, just one box so far there. The JLP's Tamika Davis, 194 votes. PNP's Heather Miller Bennett, 173, and there are 0 votes for Leonard Sharp so far, but it's just one box.
Westmoreland Central. You see Westmoreland Central? Or we're at Southwestern.
Southwestern, yeah.
St.
We had this before, I think it's just one box. St. Elizabeth, Southwestern, Floyd Green of the JLP, 71 votes. Miranda Wellington of the PNP, 16. Just one box, though.
Other big seat we're looking for in St. Elizabeth is Southeast. We haven't heard anything from there as yet. So too, St. Mary Western. Nothing on the board from EOJ just yet.
Here's Manchester Southern, 2 boxes of 120. The PNP's Peter Bunting, 126. The JLP's Ian Ives, 61. And Karen Scott at 1 vote. And of course, Manchester Central, was somebody asking about this. 6 boxes of 139. The JLP's Rhoda Crawford at 349. Donovan Mitchell, 271 votes. This one, of course, going to be one of those interesting ones. Can, one of those that was lost during COVID, and can first time MP Rhoda pull it back. Okay, Manchester Northwest, 1 box out of 104. The PNP's Michaela Phillips, 76. JLP's Damian Young with 41. And Trisha Stewart Angus, 1 vote. Let's see, what do we have coming up next? Okay, have we progressed here? St. Catherine North Central, 4 boxes of 108. The JLP's Neil Powell, 176. The PNP's Natalie Nita Garvey, 165. Carlton Bailey with 1 vote.
I think we're stuck there.
Yeah.
I think I saw something for West Central St. James. We're seeing this is Marlene Malahoo Fort being challenged by Dr. Andre Horton. 1.9% of the votes counted. 76 to Malahoo Fort, 61 to Dr. Andre Horton, West Central St. James.
And we have it up there on the screen.
Yes.
But that has also been stuck there for a little while. Here's St. Mary Southeast with, let me see, that's
Nice.
4 boxes out of 112. I think after this one, I'm going to call in Emily and Earl to help with the reading. The JLP's Norman Dunn, 259, and Christopher Brown of the PNP, 237. Mark Hutchinson at 1 vote. So Earl, let me let you take the next view.
St. Mary's Central, Omar Newell of the PNP, 516 votes, that's 64.2%. Nathaniel Maraj of the JLP, 286 votes, 35.6%. And Rena Rose Cargill, she has 2 votes, 0.2%. That would be a hold for the PNP if they were to win tonight.
Yes.
Clarendon Central, Delroy Williams of the JLP, 415 votes, 81.1%, to Carla Watt of the PNP, 96 votes, 18.6%. Casey Ann Ratcliffe, 1 vote, and this is the seat that Mike Henry held for half a century.
Yes. Nearly a full century, that's right. And Delroy Williams really just got in there a couple of weeks ago. In fact, the by-election could not even be held in his division because of all sorts of issues related to that. So we're not expecting any massive change
No.
in that seat at all.
So Delroy Williams moves from the, if he wins it, moves from the upper to the lower house.
Yes. Yes, he's moving down.
Okay.
Yes, in St. Catharines Southwestern and Kurt Wall, Dr. Kurt Wall of the PNP 402 votes, Everard Warmington 350, Gilbert Edwards 2 votes. That used to be a seat that the PNP used to do well in.
Long before Edward Warmington.
Yeah, Roddy Lawson and a couple of others, but since Everard Warmington got there,
Yes.
he has been dominating.
And in fact, I think he's always won this seat with over 11,000 people voting for him. Him plus Western St. Mary Bobby Montague, always the most in terms of electors casting their votes for them.
Let's go back to JLP headquarters now. Andrea Chisholm.
Dion, it has started to drizzle here at the JLP headquarters. I don't know what effect that may have on the turnout for the supporters later on this evening, but we'll be here to see what's happening. For now, a few more individuals have arrived on the compound. We can tell you that the JLP's General Secretary, Dr. Horace Chang, has also arrived, and he said that the JLP at this point is feeling pretty comfortable. But for now, I'm going to talk to our reporter, Laverne Barrett from the Gleaner, senior reporter from the Gleaner. Laverne, good evening. Thanks for joining us on TVJ. You were in a number of constituencies today, including Kingston Central. Talk to me about what happened on the ground.
Indeed, myself and my colleague Ashanti Lawson, we were in Kingston Central and we were in St. Andrew Eastern. Just like everywhere else is reporting, there were pockets of issues. For example, at Kingston Technical High School, we saw the PNP supporters objecting to the JLP's candidate, Donovan Williams, going on to the compound. But the police, they quickly came in and they quelled that by explaining to the PNP supporters that he is allowed on the premises for 5 minutes in each polling divisions. Now there are 8 polling divisions in Kingston Technical High School, which means he would have been allowed there for about 40 minutes. Elsewhere, as we spoke off camera, Almontown is an area that was dominated by the PNP for decades. What we saw today in Almontown was people openly wearing JLP paraphernalia saying, look, the issues that matters to us is what the MP, Donovan Williams, has delivered. Roads, light, you name it. What they have said is that, look, we've gone through years of People's National Party representation, and what have we to show for it? Nothing. So why not give somebody else an opportunity to do for us what we want them to assist us with?
And that's not surprising, Laverne, because I was on the ground as well in Kingston Central doing a constituency profile. And that was a little surprising as well when you went into Almontown, a traditional PNP stronghold with individuals there. Some even told me that they had switched political parties at the time. Did you happen to see Mr. Lawrence Rowe?
No, I did not. I did not see him during all of my traverse in the constituency today. But what I can tell you is that those people in Almontown, they are not afraid to let it be known that they are not going back to the People's National Party.
Okay, well, we'll wait to see what happens later on when the results come out. But what about the other constituencies, very quickly? Where else did you go?
St. Andrew Eastern, and one of the things that we did, we were talking to some of the voters, asking them to tell us what motivated them, what pushed them to come out to cast their ballots. And one of them very pointedly said to me that the proposal he heard from the PNP candidate about creating a university town in that space. As you know, the University of Technology is there, the University of the West Indies is there. And what they've said is that idea specifically appeals to him, and that is the reason why he came out to vote. Some people raise the issue of corruption, others the issue of tradition. My father would vote JLP, my mother vote PNP. So those are some of the issues that people were talking about.
Thank you very much. Laverne Barrett there, our colleague from the Gleaner, giving us his experience about what happened on the ground today. Dion?
Thank you so very much, Andrea. Let's go to a break. We'll be back with our live coverage of the 2025 elections right after this.
Earl, I think you're in better eyesight than I am.
I'm realizing
Yes.
I
October Hamilton 928.
Let me hand over the baton properly to you, Earl.
Yes.
Take the baton, Earl.
October Hamilton 928 to Wickham McNeil 662. So she has 58%, and he has, well, let's move on to Trelawney Southern. 186 for Marissa Dalrymple with Philibert,
Oh,
and
that's
Paul Patmore of the PNP 156. That is 5 boxes of 96.
and we expect Marissa Dallard from Philibert to hold that.
7 boxes out of 120 in Manchester Southern. Peter Bunting 651 to Ian Ives 439. So that's 59.6 to 40.2%. And the independent Karen Scott, she got 2 votes. Manchester Central, interesting one. Donovan Mitchell of the BNP, 809 votes to Rhoda Crawford of the JLP, 731. 13 of 139 boxes. Manchester North Western, Michael Phillips of the PNP, 220 votes, and Damian Young of the JLP, 167 votes. Tricia Stewart Angus still at 1 vote. So Michael Phillips has 56.7% of the votes to Damian Young, 43%. Trelawney Northern, we're back there. The 16 of 146 boxes. Has it moved? October Hamilton 928 to Wickham McNeil 662, 58% to 42%. Maybe I should make a point about it. Peter Bunting and Southern Manchester, but not specifically about Manchester Southern, but just Peter Bunting's career. Should he win tonight, he would be one of a very small number of persons, if he's not unique, to have won 3 different constituencies, 3 different seats in Parliament. Started in Clarendon East, Southeast, then went to Manchester Central, and now it's Manchester South.
Let me just throw in a quick apology for my viewers. We haven't been attributing the votes to the Jamaica Progressive Party. Those are the candidates that you're seeing coming up with a symbol of the praying hands behind them. They're actually not independents. They are members of the Jamaica Progressive Party, which fielded a number of candidates in the election. So my apologies to the party and the viewers for that. Yes, sir.
So we're now in Westmoreland Eastern, 7 boxes of 123, and you have Dayton Campbell leading, just so, with 259 votes to Daniel Lawrence of the JLP, 253. So that's 49.6% to 48.5%. And, well, St. Elizabeth North Western, Andrew Morris of the JLP, 76%, that is 697 votes to Patricia Scarlett Forrester, 213 votes, that's 23%. And Mr. Edwards, Jason Edwards, he is 3%, 3 votes.
The
Jamaica Progressive Party. St. Elizabeth North Eastern, Delroy Slowly, the incumbent, 444 votes to Zulika Jess, 147, and Joseph Pattison, he is 0 votes, and the JDP candidate 0 votes as well. So Delroy Slowly is comfortably ahead at the moment. St. Catherine East Central, Orlando Terrelong, 84 votes, Raymond Price, 54 votes.
We've been stuck here.
1 box out of 98.
Yeah, this has been coming up. We've been stuck here.
So this is one of the seats that the PNP needs to wrestle back tonight if they hope to win this election. Very crucial seat for them. Orlando Terrelong, I think, is looking for his third term at the moment, and it's not the first time he's facing Raymond Price. Raymond Price is always a great challenger. So we'll see what happens tonight.
St. Thomas Western, 6 of 163 boxes, and you have Hubert Williams of the BNP with 290 votes, and James Robertson, 229, Carleen Appick of the JDP, 1 vote.
Hubert Williams, former mayor, and James Robertson, of course, several times up to bat. Okay, we've seen some progress here. St. Thomas Eastern, 28 boxes of 128. The PNP's Yvonne Shaw at 1,294. The JLP's Michelle Charles, 1,158. Claudius Wong at votes. Jovian Blair of the Jamaica Progressive Party, 5 votes. So that's 28 of 128. That's about what? Sorry, I tried to do the maths on the maths now. All right, so let me move on. Manchester Southern, 8 boxes of 120. The PNP's Peter Bunting, 739 votes. Have we moved here?
I don't think so.
I don't think it's moved.
Oh.
The LP's Ian Ives, 479.
No, no.
Okay, I think it just moved that
This
right.
is fine now.
Hold on. Okay, it kind of shifted on us there. So this is a complete result. And this is 120. Can we go back to that, please? All right, can we go back to that? That's 120 out of 120. So that, there you go. So Peter Bunting has won Manchester Southern for the People's National Party, 8,573 votes to 7,903 for Ian Ives.
So
Scott, 21. Quick comment, everybody.
we have to say that Peter Bunting has made history.
Yes.
As Earl has just pointed out, he's the first man in Jamaica's history since 1944 to have won a seat in 3 different constituencies, first in Southeast, Clarendon, and then in Central Manchester, and now in South Manchester. Looking here as well, I see we're in Northwestern St. Elizabeth by the Electoral Office of Jamaica's numbers. Andrew Morris of the JLP has taken that over Patricia Scarlett Forrester, 5,555 versus 3,821 with 100% counted. When I look at Hanover, Westmoreland, 2 constituencies in Hanover, the PNP is leading in both of those at the moment, and it is leading in the 3 Westmoreland seats at the moment. We'll give you the breakdown very soon as to the number of boxes counted. But Eastern has 89.4% counted. Dr. Dayton Campbell is out, 6,595 out in front, ahead of the incumbent Daniel Lawrence, who is trailing with 5,012, with only about 10% of the votes to come in for Eastern Westmoreland.
Here, St. Thomas Eastern, 71 boxes of 128. The PNP's Yvonne Shaw, 3,700. Can we go back to that? Okay, I lost that. Western Westmoreland, okay, let's move on. 8 boxes of 138. The PNP's Ian Hales, 411. I don't feel we've moved here. Garfield James of the JLP, 351. This feels like one we've seen before.
There was movement in Central Manchester, whether we could go back to that one.
So.
Significant movement in Central Manchester.
All right, we have here St. Elizabeth Northeast, 86 boxes out of 125. The PNP's Zalika Jess leading here, 5,504. The JLP's Delroy Slowly, 5,278. Sean Myrie, 10 votes. Joseph Pattison. Sean Myrie of the Progressive Party has 10 votes. Joseph Pattison of the UIC has 8 votes. So this is 86 boxes out of 125 for St. Elizabeth Northeast.
What is this? Clarendon Northwest. This is where
Hold on 1 second. We have a completed. Oh yes, you read this already. My apologies. Go ahead, Emily. That's St. Elizabeth Northwest, but you had shared that with us already.
Right. So Northwestern. This is where Warren Newby of the JLP is up against Richard Azan. 91.7% of the votes counted. Richard Azan is leading 6,356 to Newby's 5,895. Not many boxes there left to go. We'll come back to that in just a moment.
Okay, let's see what's next. Anybody sweating here on either side of the table? I'm drinking tea. They want to drink tea, the old and this night, they want to drink tea. Always a good thing to do.
Yes.
Yes, when you're a Jamaican, you don't know what to do, drink tea.
So you needed to, Clifford, you needed to take South Manchester, which is the first JLP 3 to 4 tonight. And Peter Bunting has done that. I said, you're leading in all of Western Jamaica at the moment, and it looks as if for Eastern, that Dr. Dayton Campbell will reclaim that for the People's National Party, but the numbers are a little early in Central and in Western. Yeah? So, your thoughts on taking South Manchester?
I mean, I think those already a given for us. We already had as a comfortable take. Really, truly. I don't think there's anyone that really thought that the JP would have held on to as like South Manchester. I think it's similar with South St. James as well.
Well, Eastern St. Andrew, which you needed to take as well, 91% of the votes counted. Favor Williams, 6,490. To Patricia Duncan Sutherland, 5,398. Ready to give that up? 9% of the boxes to be counted, but she's leading by just a shade under 900, 800, 900 thereabouts. So
I think I see it like that is something that goes down to the wire, down to the last count. So I think it's possible. Anyways, we can make it probably we'll make it nice.
Okay, we're going over to EOJ. Let's go over to EOJ with Kalisha.
Thank you so much, Dion. Now, I know you've been providing the latest numbers to our viewers, but we just saw a significant jump in the numbers here at the ECJ. Now, right behind me, I can see some of the constituencies where where the counting has been completed. Manchester Southern, one of those constituencies that we have been watching closely. We're now seeing the People's National Party in that constituency 8,573 votes to the Jamaica Labour Party's 7,903 votes. I know this is a lot for our viewers to digest, so I'll not go through every one of them, but now looking at another one where I'm seeing that the counting has been completed, St. Elizabeth Northwestern, we're seeing where the Jamaica Labour Party 5,555 votes and the People's National Party 3,831 votes. Now I'll get back to that board in a bit in another update, but right now I'm joined with my colleague from the Gleaner, Karen Madden. Karen, thank you so much for joining me. I know today we've been hearing about the concerns about persons being in line for hours. I voted in Southern St. Catherine. I got there around 10:18. I didn't leave until around 10:45. Some people may say it doesn't seem long, but there are only two persons in front of me. What was your experience?
And my experience is similar to yours, Kalisha. Same constituency. I voted at Delman Park Primary School, a very busy polling station with probably about 15 PDs. So when I got there just after 7 o'clock, my mantra is early voting. So I got there just after 7 o'clock. When I got there, I joined a line outside the polling division, the polling station, which is very unusual. Probably about 15 or 17 people in that line. And then we went inside and I had to line up again in front of your particular PD, and we were there in steaming sun. It took about 40 minutes for the process to be completed, and everybody in the line was also saying that, and many experienced voters were saying that, that this is very, very unusual.
Okay, thank you so much, Karen. I'm going to go back to the board a bit, and we're seeing the People's National Party is leading in 30 constituencies and the Jamaica Labour Party leading in 33 constituencies. And as I mentioned earlier, we've seen a significant jump in terms of the progress in each constituency. Moving now to even St. Andrew Southeastern, where 89% of the boxes counted there. We're seeing the People's National Party 4,710 votes to the Jamaica Labour Party 2,827 votes. Going back to another constituency, I'm going down now to St. Andrew Northeastern, where 94% of the boxes have been counted, and the Jamaica Labour Party leading in that constituency 4,883 votes to the People's National Party's 3,555 votes. Karen, anything, I know you covered in 2020, are you seeing anything that is really, I know there are some seats we've been watching closely, 12 of which, the Jamaica Labour Party won in 2020 that they hadn't won in years. Was there a particular constituency you were watching closely coming into this election?
Yes, certainly. I grew up in East Road, St. Andrew, so that's always a seat that is of interest to me. So I was watching that as well, among the seats that I was watching. I expected things to be different. I'm not an election expert by any means, but I expected things to be different in a non-COVID time as it was in 2020.
Thank you so much, my colleague from the Gleaner, Karen Madden. And Dion, of course, I'll have some more updates for you when you join me in the next live report. Reporting from the ECJ, I'm Kalisha Williams. It's back to you, Dion, in studio.
Thank you so much, Kalisha. And just to repeat what Kalisha just said in terms of the latest seats, what should I say, where they're leaning, JLP leading at this moment in 33, PNP leading in 30. We have up St. Andrew East Rural, but this is from way back when. I suspect the counting has changed significantly here. This is 3 boxes of 137. PNP's, okay, let's go to St. Thomas Western, 26 boxes of 163. JLP's James Robertson, 1223. The PNP's Hubert Williams, now 1060. And Carleen Affleck of the Progressive Party with 9 votes. Okay, let's take a break and we'll come back. We'll get some more comment and lots more results. Thank you so much for staying with us for TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 election. So let me just do a temperature check first with our two politicals. And Clifford, you first. How are you feeling right now? What you're seeing?
We're feeling good. We're leading currently in the western part of the country, and I know as it goes.
Your voice gone now.
I was saying we're leading in the western part of the country, and as the saying goes. Huh?
It's not that you feel.
No, man, definitely strong over here. Very strong. As the saying goes, where the west goes, the country goes. So we're hoping, and we believe that saying will hold on.
Okay, Ron.
Well, we're still leading in 33 constituencies across the country. and we expect to win. That has been the position from day one, and we're going to stay to that. We have done the work, so I believe we're going to win. Not panicking, not nervous or anything. The numbers that we're getting is positive numbers, so we will form our third term at the end of the night.
St. Catharines Central on screen, 70 boxes of 118. Babsy Grange, 4,930 votes to Ramoni Lewis of the PNP, 1,181. I don't think that one, anyone was in anywhere doubt about that.
Let's look at what is happening in Weather Vane, Southwest St. Elizabeth. 45.1% counted so far. Floyd Green, 4,146. Dr. Miranda Wellington has 3,762. That's in one weather vane. In the second weather vane in St. Elizabeth Southwest, 15%.
Southeast.
Southeast rather. 15% of the boxes counted. The JLP has 991. That's Franklin Witter. And the PNP, that's Norman Scott, yeah, has 1,004. 15% of the boxes counted. So we're watching. I think we can safely say that Northeast St. Andrew has been won by Delroy Chuck. Based on the numbers here in Northeast St. Andrew, with 93.7% of the boxes counted. He's at 4,884 to Stacey Knight's 3,556, 93.7% of the boxes counted. And also for Southeast St. Anne, where Matthew Samudo is the incumbent there, it looks by the numbers here that we can safely say that Matthew Samuda will continue to hold Northeast St. Anne. That's with 86.4% of the boxes counted. He's at 8,142, and his rival there is 5,873.
Can we go back to the St. Elizabeth seat that had Slowly and Jess that had come up on
Northeast?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had it a little bit earlier, and
it
looked like a hard-fought battle there. There we go. So the PNP is Zalika Jess has 5,504 votes at the moment, and the JLP is Delroy Slowly 5,278. That's 86 boxes out of 125. 10 votes for Sean Myrie, 8 votes for Joseph Patterson.
And the other seat that has now been counted, dusted, and declared by the Electoral Office of Jamaica is St. Elizabeth Northwest, and that is the JLP's Andrew Morris taking that seat with 100% of the boxes counted. It's 5,555, not 6,666.
Has only ever been won by the PNP once, Mel Brown in 1993.
Yes, and the PNP's number there is 3831. So the JLP's Andrew Morris taking over there from JC Hutchinson has won that seat. It's a school teacher, school principal face-off in this particular one, and it is Andrew Morris who has held on to that for the Jamaica Labour Party.
Okay, starting to see things shaping up here. And here is another of those we're watching closely. Clarendon Northwestern, 99 boxes out of 108. The PNP's Richard Azan has ahead at this point with 6,356. The JLP's Warren Newby, 5,895. Kevin Palmer of the Progressive Party, 24 votes. That's 99 boxes of 108. So that's about 500 vote difference at this point.
461.
Here's North Central Clarendon. We're about halfway there. 55 boxes out, 104. The JLP is Robert Morgan ahead with 2,709 votes. To the PNP's Auger Dixon, 2,245. Joy Johnson Roy with 15 votes of the Jamaica Progressive Party.
East Central St. Catherine, big one we're watching. Alanda Terralong is trying to hold off Raymond Price there approximately 82% of the votes counted, and Orlando Terrelong is leading by 1,300 votes. He has 5,498, and the PNP's run price is 4,008, with 82% of the boxes counted in St. Catherine East Central.
Okay.
Western St. Mary, just 1.4% of the boxes counted in Western St. Mary, and it is 96 JLP, 43 PNP early yet.
Okay, I think we need another break, so stay tuned. We'll be back with more results for vote 25 right after this. Much for staying with us for TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 election. Just to remind you, we are live across our platforms. We're on radio. We're on Radio Jamaica 94 FM. We're on Power. We're also on YouTube. So you can watch our coverage or listen to our coverage on any of those platforms. Okay, we're back with Clarendon Southeast. We are still pretty early, 22. This looks like something I've seen already. Wait, 22 boxes of 144. The JLP's Colonel Charles Jr., 1,431. Okay. On to Northern Clarendon. Clarendon Northern, 50. We're halfway there. 53 boxes of 100. The PNP's Wavell Hines, 2,847. The JLP's Dwight Siblis, 2,600. Julian Casey Edwards of the Jamaica Progressive Party with 10 votes. And let's go over to St. Thomas Eastern. I don't think we've moved here. 71 boxes of 128. Yvonne Shaw, 3,763. JLP's Michelle Charles, 3,354. And Jovian Blair of the Jamaica Progressive Party, 9 votes. And Claudius Wong with 22 votes. And Thomas Western, don't think we've moved much, have we? 26 boxes of 163. James Robertson, 1,223. Hubert Williams of the PNP, 1,060. Carlene Affleck of the Progressive Party with 9 votes. We have Trelawney North here. Earl, let me hand over to you for a little while.
Peter McNeil of the PNP, 3,739. Toba Hamilton of the JLP, the incumbent, 3,402. So McNeil has a 4% lead over her. Trelawney Southern, Paul Patmore has now taken the lead in Trelawney Southern, 846 to Marissa Darwin to Philibert, 838. That's one of those that the PNP was hoping to pick up, but it's still close. Too close to call now.
And early.
St. James Southern, very tight, 50 out of 110 bucks. Nikisha Bertel of the PNP, 2,776 to the incumbent Homer Davis, 2,731. And Leon Cunningham of the JPP, he has 10 votes. St. James West Central, Marlene Malahu Fort, the incumbent of the JLP, 2,211. Andre Horton of the PNP, 47.9%, 2,046. And Clifford Barnett, 10 votes. St. James East Central, Ed Bartlett, 3,765 to Rochelle Reed Knight, 2,439, 63 of 117 boxes. St. James Northwestern, Horace Strang, the incumbent, 3,992. Horace Strang of the JLP. Alan Bernard of the PNP, 2,322, 67 of 99 boxes. And in St. Ann Northwestern, Gabriela Morris has now taken a slight lead over Crystal Lee. Morris of the PNP, 4,533. Crystal Lee of the JLP, 4,433. And that's one of those seats that the PNP, I'm sure, was hoping to pull back. The PNP has traditionally done well in that seat as well.
Yes, I mean, the Labour Party won the seat in 2007, I think, and then we won it in 2020. So it's a very tight seat, and so this is one to watch. Okay,
we have a poster Don Anderson online with us now to give us a check-in in terms of what he's seeing. Don, thank you so much for joining me. So tell me what you're seeing at this point in the night. Okay, not hearing you, Don. I don't know if you're on mute. Okay, let's try and sort that out and come back. Okay, so we're back with St. Catherine Northwestern, 37 boxes of 122. The PNP's Damian Crawford with 1,823. The JLP's Newton Amos, 1,618. 3 boxes for Lloyd Smith of the JPP.
Where did we get for West Rural last time? Is that up West Rural, St. Andrews?
No.
Did we call that?
It's Manchester Northeast, 41 boxes of 111, just under 50% of the way there. Audrey Marks of the JLP leading with 2,857. Valentin Wint of the PNP, 2,001. Clive Warren of the JPP with 8 votes.
If we could just declare St. Andrew Eastern. If we could pull that up, St. Andrew Eastern.
There's Manchester Northwestern, 38 boxes of 104. Michael Phillips of the PNP, 2,311. The JLP's Damian Young, 2,129. The JPP's Tricia Stewart Angus with 13 votes. see where.
St. Andrew Eastern. Fable Williams, the first finance minister, has held on to the seat, making this her third consecutive win in St. Andrew Eastern. 6,824 by the EOJ's numbers to Patricia Duncan Sutherland 6,386 with 100% of the boxes counted. Fable Williams has held on in St. Andrew Eastern.
Okay, let's, and just to make the point as well, though, this is Patricia Duncan Sutherland's third loss. She ran twice in Clarendon.
Southeast, yes.
Yeah, and then has moved up to St. Andrew and not managed to take the seat. Okay, let's go again to Don Anderson. Don Anderson, tell us what you're seeing now. Not hearing you, Don.
I'm hearing you all right. Can you hear me?
Go right ahead. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
We're hearing you now, Don. Go ahead.
All right. Good night.
Tell us
Hear
what
your
you're seeing.
question, Dion.
We're hearing you, Don. Can you? We need. Okay, Don. Can you turn off your? Okay, let's sort that out and come back to Don, shall we? Let's go to St. Andrew Western. 7 boxes of 134. George, this is Tony Hilton, 37.99. To the JLP's Corey Dunkley, 26.65. And the JPP's Carla Francis Edie with 48 votes. Here's St. Andrew West Central, the PM's constituency. He is leading with 4,081 votes to the PNP's Paul Buchanan, 3,431 with 69 boxes of 105. St. Andrew East Central now. Here is the PNP's Dennis Gordon, 1,076, leading the JLP's Davian Vassar, 899. Princess Ford of the JPP with 15. This is 19 out of 113. This
It's a seat.
Okay, pretty sure that must have progressed since then. St. Andrew Southwestern, the PNP's Angela Brown Burke, 4844. The JLP's Maureen Lorne, 403. Antonia Wint of the JPP, 13 votes. And Jamar Watson has 8 votes. And here's St. Andrew Southern, the seat of the leader of the opposition. And this is 53 boxes of 86. 6,058 to the JP's Carlton Allen, 374. Okay, not much mystery for that one either.
The final here.
Okay. First and final for St. Andrew Southeastern, Julian Robinson has retained the seat of the PNP with 5,418 votes to the JLP's Kevin Frith, 3,137, and Kemar Lynch of the JPP picked up 34 votes. We're back, and yes, Emily had reported this a little bit early on that Fable Williams has retained St. Andrew Eastern.
Yeah.
So
if we could stay in St. Andrew a little bit, because I think there's some update as well in other constituencies that we're watching. West Rural, we could have that in a moment. It's 70.7% of the votes counted there. Juliet Cuthbert Flynn is now leading with 5,778 over Joan Gordon Webley's 4,999. That's about 750 or more votes she's leading by in that constituency at the moment.
That's 97 boxes out of 140. Here's East Rural, seeing this one for the first time this evening. That's Juliet Holness, 22 boxes of 137. She leads with 1618 votes to the PNP's Patrick Peterkin, 1,330. Kamisha Hendricks of the No, UIC, this is, has 12 votes. Purchell Jackson of the JPP has 10. St. Andrew East Central. I think we saw this. Don't think we've moved on this one. Just 19 boxes out of 113. So a lot of times viewers, you see this, and the next time you see a completed result. All right, first time we're seeing this one. St. Andrew Northwestern, 78 boxes of 112. Dwayne Smith of the JLP, 4,353. Ethne Miller Simpson of the PNP, 3,011. 3,189. Orlando Robinson of the JPP, 77 votes. We're going to take a break, and then when we come back, we continue with our results show. Stay tuned. Welcome back to TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 elections, and it's one of those exciting nights where things are changing by the minute. And let's go now to poster Don Anderson. Don, tell us what you're seeing here.
Hey, good night to all your viewers. First of all, want to look at the whole question of the turnout. All during the day, it appeared as if we were going to get a pretty low turnout. I gather the turnout has been about 46, 47%. You can correct me if it's not. Yes, I gather it's between 47% thereabout. So it has not reached where we thought it would, based on where the data that we have said it would. But it's very much in line with what I anticipated it to be, because generally when we do polls and we ask persons about the likely turnout, it is always overstated by a couple percentage points, and therefore we're not surprised that it is not 50%. But at some point during the day today, it didn't look like it would get to 45%. So I think this is not a bad number, but obviously it's a cause for concern that we haven't topped 50% on this particular situation after really about a year and a half of canvassing, campaigning, polling, and what have you. So that's the first comment. The second comment is that it is turning out to be as competitive as I anticipated it to be. And I think we still have to watch a few more seats before we can declare the winner of this election. But it is, in fact, a very competitive election, and it is exactly how we anticipated it would be.
All right, thank you so much, Don. And in fact, Clifford is saying he's not giving up the ghost yet.
No, not yet. I think there's still enough room for movement.
No reason to, because the fat lady hasn't sung.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much, Don. We'll check back in with you later. So, what gives you hope?
I think, but what I'm hearing now, from what I'm hearing, is that many of our PDs haven't been counted as yet. So hoping that those will be able to bring some push us past.
Not hearing you, Clifford.
I was saying from what I'm hearing is that many of our PDs we haven't been counted as yet. So we're hoping that those will be counted and push us past the edge. But I think there's still hope for the BNP this election. It'll be a very close one as we're seeing, but there's still hope for us in this election.
Well, let's see what's happening at EOJ. Kalisha?
Thank you so much, Dion. An exciting night indeed. I don't have an update in terms of the voter turnout, but what I can tell you is that there have been some changes on the board. We're seeing now where the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in 36 of the constituencies, while the People's National Party is leading in 27. Now, again, the Jamaica Labour Party leading in 36 constituencies and the People's National Party leading in 27. Now, we're seeing steady progress in terms of the counting, and earlier, Dion, we did mention that for St. Andrews Southeastern, 100% of the boxes have been completed, and in St. Andrew Eastern, 100% of the boxes completed as well. Now, looking at some of the other constituencies, in Kingston East and Port Royal, 75% completed, and the People's National Party leading in that constituency. Now, moving over to St. Anne Northeastern, and we're seeing where the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in that constituency, over 8,100 votes. The People's National Party, 5,873 votes. Again, we're still waiting in terms of the final update in some of the areas. We're seeing where some constituencies, for instance, Clarendon Southeastern, only 50% of the boxes counted so far. In St. Catherine Southeastern, 21% of the boxes counted. Dion, I'll continue to monitor what's happening here and provide you with the latest figures as they become available. It's back to you.
Thank you so much, Kalisha. So JLP leading in 36 seats right now, PNP with 27. Ron.
As I've been saying all night, we will win. We will win. We're looking good. We're looking good. Yes, we have lost some seats, yes. But you could see that the Labour Party prepared for this moment. How we campaigned throughout Jamaica, choosing Jamaica, sticking to the performance that we did for the last 9 years. And so how we campaigned is a result of what you're seeing today. There are some seats where you saw the energy, the PNP brought the energy, but on the day you see the Labour Party winning comfortably. And there is one in Kingston that could be a surprise tonight.
Would that be Central Kingston?
Yes, we're talking about Central Kingston.
Well, I figured it wouldn't have been Western Kingston, which we just saw declared, so that's one not
It's on the screen now. There
Okay,
you go.
there is Central Kingston, 75 boxes out of 80. Donovan Williams leading with 4,575 votes to Steve McGregor's 4,375. So that's about an 800 vote difference at this point with 5 boxes left to go.
Not 800. 190 something.
All right, can't count. I need to give
A
up
shade
trying to
under,
do math.
a shade under 200.
I need to give up trying to do math in my head.
But
Alright.
he won that seat by only 300 in the last election, and it seems to me that the early lead from Steve McGregor in the night, those boxes are probably coming from Town, which is their stronger of the two divisions. So perhaps it's the Raytown boxes coming in now, but let's see what happens for the rest of the 5 or so that's outstanding.
East Kingston and Port Royal declared for Philip Orwell of the PNP. And 77 votes there for the JPP candidate. Here is St. Andrew Western with Tony Hilton, 3,981 votes. To Corey Dunkley of the JLP, 2,673. Carla Francis Edie of the JPP, 48 votes. 72 boxes of 134. And here's Delroy Chuck in, I think this was already called for Delroy Chuck. So Stacey Knight, daughter of Katie Knight, first time outing. St. Andrew Southern called as well for Mark Golding of the PNP, defeating Carlton Allen of the JLP, who holds 645 votes. And we declared, this has been declared, all boxes counted for the PNP Julian Robbins. Going now. Here's North Central St. Andrew. The JLP's Delana Sivrite, 4,346 votes. To the PNP's Christopher Henry with 2,465, with 59 of 79 boxes declared.
That constituency will be having a new MP for the first time since 1980, I believe.
Yes.
Here's St. Thomas Eastern, 77 boxes of 128. The PNP is Yvonne Shaw, Rosemary Shaw, 4,356 to Michelle Charles, 3,912. Claudius Wong, 22 votes. Jovian Blair of the JPP, 13 votes. 77 boxes of 128.
Is this a seat you're expected to hold on to, Mr. Walsh?
Yes, of course. Yes.
Eastern St. Thomas?
Yes, Eastern St. Thomas. I mean, the Member of Parliament did some work out there. First time in many moons.
She also had there was a lot of disgruntlement in the seat though.
In every seat you're going to find that, in every seat, nothing is perfect.
St. Thomas Western, 40 boxes of 163. The JLP's James Robertson, 1,899. Hubert Williams of the PNP, 1,703. Carlene Affleck of the JPP, 13 votes.
This is a seat we expect to win comfortable, and so far so good.
Yes.
Deputy leader of the Labour Party for Area Council 2, James Roberts.
So you may lose one in St. Thomas.
Let us watch.
Yeah.
Yes, right now we are behind in that seat.
Yeah.
But let us see how the night progress.
Clarendon Southwest, 96 boxes out of 100. Lothan Cousins, 7,076 votes. Robert Chin of the JLP, 4,795. Dwayne Thomas, 40 of the JPP.
So we can call that one for Lothian Cousins.
Safe PNP.
Yeah. And he's a really good MP, Lothian Cousins is.
Let's go over now to JLP headquarters, where Andrea Chisholm is on location.
Thank you, Dion. Things have gotten exciting here at the JLP headquarters. As you can hear, as the results are coming in, the supporters are shouting, they're ringing their bells, and it's an overall jubilant atmosphere here so far. I am now joined by two supporters who have interrupted their celebrations. Aisha and Renardo, good night. You're live on TVJ. First of all, why was it important for you to be here this evening? I hold a mic.
We we are sure of at least 35 seats. So we have no other reason but to be at the headquarters to celebrate this coming victory. Third term is it.
And you, Aisha, I know you have your bell right there.
Third term, victory. Victory is ours. Feel nice, happy about everything.
Which constituency you voted today?
East.
Kingston.
St. Andrew.
And you?
The mother of it all, West Kingston. I'm right here.
And I'm pretty sure Desmond McKenzie will be winning back his seat.
No doubt about that.
So as the results come in, how are you feeling?
You know what? I'm actually feeling confident because the PAP numbers are not looking impressive as how we have started to have been for the last 12 months. So far the numbers are looking steady and it's coming in the way how I would like it to come in.
And it's a family affair for you. You're here alone?
No, I'm here. I'm actually with two of my nephews and my little cousin.
What about you, Aisha?
With friends. I'm here with friends.
Okay.
Friends of them, so come.
All right, going back to ringing your bell. Sorry to interrupt you. Thank you very much, Renardo and Aisha. Dion, it's back to you in studio.
All right, thank you so very much for that, Andrea. And of course, we'll continue to touch base with the two headquarters as the night progresses. And we're going to be going to some more results, but let's take a break and we'll be back. Thank you so much for staying with us for TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 elections, vote 2025. And let me just remind you where we are, the latest information that we had in terms of who is leading in how many seats. First of all, in terms of confirmed seats, the national count, we have the JLP with 9, we have the PNP with 9. What we had heard from Kelisha, who is at the electoral office, the last time we touched base with her about 15 or so minutes ago, she had said the JLP was leaded in 36, the PNP was leaded in 27. And of course, as the results continue to come in, those numbers are going to be shifting and changing. And of course, we're updating with you as we go along right here. There are a couple of seats we haven't seen for a little while. Ron was mentioning, for instance, East Portland.
Yes.
We haven't seen that. Bobby Montague's seat as well. I don't think we've seen in St. Mary for a little while.
Yes, we haven't seen the chairman of the Labour Party seat, but I'm confident that we will go to victory there. This is a member of Parliament who posts 10, 11,000 consistently, so he should be okay. Just in 2020, his numbers drop a bit.
Okay, here's Portland Eastern now. So we have 60 boxes out of 140. The PNP's Isaac Buchanan leading with 3,552. The JP's Anne-Marie Vaz, 3,293. Tracy Ann Gillespie Harris of the Progressive Party with 19 votes. So this is with 61 boxes of 140 counted. I won't attempt a subtraction now. Here's Manchester Northeastern. The JLP's Audrey Marks with 5,003 votes. The PNP's Valentin Wint, 3,414. Clive Ward of the JPP, 18 votes and 68 boxes of 111. Clarendon Southeastern. We have the JLP's Pernell Charles Jr., 1,431. Sian Barneswell of the PNP, former mayor, 1,005. Sian Thomas of the JPP with 11 votes. That's pretty early still, 22 boxes out, 144. Yeah, I think we've been stuck there. Earl, let me hand over to you for the
That's the old Bustamante and Ushera seat. Strong, yes, strong JPC. Manchester Northwestern, 66 of 104 boxes. Michael Phillips continues to lead for the PNP, 4,258 to Damian Young of the JLP, 3,661. Tricia Stewart Angus of the JPP, 20 votes. Manchester Central, 117 of 139 boxes. Donovan Mitchell, 7,617 votes to the incumbent Rhoda Crawford, 7,335. It's tight, but it's getting close to the end.
Let's go back now to PNP headquarters with Dwayne.
No, big man. Thank you so much. So the seat counts is very close, and the actual votes in the constituencies are even closer. And as an indication of how close it is, these PNP supporters, they still believe that they can win. And in fact, if you ask them, they are winning. I'm joined now by two of these hundreds of PNP supporters who are gathered here at the party's headquarters, interestingly named Mr. Green, who is a People's National Party supporter. Mr. Green, what do you make of your party's performance so far? What do you make of your party's performance so far?
It is very good, it's a good performance, and I think we can win this election tonight. Too early to call, but I think we can win it.
Why are you so confident?
Because if you look at the seats, they are very close. And the last election, they were like by 2010 and so on. So this time around, the PNP people have come out, not so much like we want them to come out, but they come out. Understand? So I'm looking positively for the People's National Party to take it tonight.
I remember some of your fellow supporters and even some of the leaders in the party were saying that you could get around 38, 40 seats. It doesn't look like that will happen tonight. What are you predicting now?
I'm predicting that 32, 31.
Oh, that would be very close. The interestingly named Mr. Green, who is a People's National Party supporter. I'm joined by a younger member of the People's National Party. Sir, remind me your name, please, and tell Jamaica what's your name.
Mr. Barnes. His name is Mr. Barnes. Yes. So today we are here and marching on to victory.
We are starting Manchester, gathering it back, and we are moving forward. Progress. We are moving forward. It's a little bit close. Is it closer than you would have wanted? Well, the race is not finished as yet. The fat lady has not yet seen. So we are here and waiting on the best to come. Do we have the fat lady's number? What is she telling you? Well, the fat lady is already calling me now, so I know it's victory. March we marching. But as soon as you get the results from the fat lady, I'm hoping you share it with me. As you can imagine, as I explained earlier, a party-like atmosphere here at the People's National Party's headquarters. These supporters, very, very confident. They're gonna win it. I'll be here all night, as I told you, Dion. Let's back to you until then.
Thank you so much. And let's go to a break. We're back with more from our election results show, Vote 2025 in just a moment. Thank you so much for staying with us for TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 elections, Vote 2025, and we're so happy to have you wherever you whichever of our platforms you are listening or viewing this coverage on. Now, I think at this point, though, what we can say is that it's not going to be a landslide for either side. And I have to say, I think that's good for the parliament and good for democracy overall. Okay, here we go again. Earl, let me let you take this.
St. Elizabeth Southwest, one of the seats to watch. Floyd Green, the incumbent, is leading with 4,949 votes to Miranda Wellington of the PNP, 4,349. So he has a fairly comfortable lead at the moment in the context of that constituency. St. Elizabeth Southeastern, very close. Norman Scott of the PNP, 1,004 votes. The incumbent Franklin Witter, 991. And Raymond Dobbs of the JPP, he has 11 votes. Westmoreland Central, Dwayne Vaz seems to be headed back to Parliament, 7,547 to the incumbent, George Wright, 6,074. Kathleen Greenwood has 31, she's from the JPP, and Don Foote, 29.
I'm seeing a message here from one of our reporters. We're hearing that ballot boxes were still coming in at the content center in Trelawney just up to some minutes ago. We're told that there was heavy traffic. That's why we weren't seeing a lot. Go ahead.
Early days still in Westmoreland Western, but the JLP's Garfield James, a former PNP member, he has 50.5% to Ian Hales of the PNP, 48.6%. And Ian Hales is a former JLP member, so that's quite an interesting. Yes. Gilbert James, 0.7%, 13 votes, and Bertland Madden of the JPP, 4 votes. Hanover Eastern, 58 of 99 boxes. Andrea Purkis of the PNP, 54%, that's 3,334, to Dave Brown, the incumbent of the JLP, 2,789. Craig Eubanks of the JPP, 19 votes. And Jordan Cunningham of the UIC, 9 votes. Hanover Western, Heather Miller Bennett of the PNP, 5,499. Tamika Davis, the incumbent of the JLP, 4,728. Leonard Sharp of the JPP, 51. That's 96 of 116 boxes. It seems the PNP might be on its way to retaking both Hanover seats. Portland Eastern, 96 boxes of 140. It's looking good for the PNP. Isaac Buchanan with 5,636 votes, and Marie Vaz of the JLP, she's the incumbent, 5,224. But there are many boxes to be counted yet. Portland Western, 74 of 104, and Darrell Vaz, the incumbent of the JLP, 4,164, to Doreen Campbell of the PNP, 3,350. Michael Aiken of the JPP, he has 12 votes.
And just to call our viewers and listeners attention, call our viewers attention and let our listeners know. If you look at the little icon at the bottom right-hand side of the screen, that's telling you the number of seats that have been completed and declared. So you're seeing there 11 for the JLP, 9 for the PNP. So of course, just to make the distinction, those are the ones that have been completed, as opposed to what we get when we go to Kalisha at EOJ, which is a broader look at who is leading.
In St. Anne Southwestern, it looks like order has been restored. Xavier Main of the JLP, he has 4,426. Danishka Williams of the PNP, 3,221. Clyde Edwards of the JPP, 26 votes. So it's a comfortable lead at the moment for Xavier Main.
And speaking of Kalisha, let's go to her at EOJ.
Thank you so much, Dion. Just a quick update in terms of what we're seeing on our end here at the ECJ. So far, again, an update in terms of the lead so far. The Jamaica Labour Party leading in 34 seats. The People's National Party now leading in 29 seats. Now, the last time we spoke, I said the JLP was leading in 36 seats and the PNP was leading in 27 seats. So we've seen a change now. JLP leading in 34 seats, and the People's National Party leading in 29 seats. I also saw the final count for St. Catherine East Central, and I can say the Jamaica Labour Party won that. Party's Raymond Price going against the Jamaica Labour Party's Orlando Terrelong. And that's one of the seats where the People's National Party has not won it. The only one that's seat won since it was created, and the Jamaica Labour Party has won that seat twice. Since it was created in 2011. If you would move with me, I'm going. So we're here. I'm going to throw back to you until next time.
Okay, thank you so much for that update, Kalisha. Just to repeat for you, the JLP now leading in 34 seats, PNP leading in 29. And again, the icon at the bottom of the screen, the JLP has so far won 11 seats, the PNP has won 9. Okay, here's St. Ann Northwestern, the JLP's Crystal Lee now in front with 5,408 votes to the PNP's Gabriella Morris, 5,011, 93 boxes of 135.
Very tight in that seat. I just want to go back to Xavier name seat. Some said order has been restored. Hardworking member of parliament, also good organizer. So I'm not surprised by that.
Trelawney Northern on screen, 84 boxes of 146. The PNP's Wickham McNeil, 4,468 votes. The Tova Hamilton of the JLP, 4,132, 84 boxes of 146. And here's Trelawney South, 21 boxes of 96. The JLP's Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, 1,352. Paul Patmore of the PNP, 1,246. And we go now to St. James South. Haven't seen this for a bit, I think. 79 boxes of 110. The PNP's Nikisha Burchell, 4,471. The JLP's Homer Davis, 4,307. Leon Cunningham of the JPP has 12 votes. St. James West Central, 58 boxes of 106, so they're about halfway there. The JLP's Marley Malahoo Fort, the incumbent, 3,332. Andre Horton of the PNP, 2,921. Clifford Barnett, 13 votes. St. James East Central, 94 boxes of 117. Ed Bartlett of the JLP, 5,850. Rochelle Reed Knott of the PNP, 3,782. And we are moving on to, let's see, there's St. Thomas Eastern. Let's see, this is 105 boxes of 128. The PNP is Yvonne Shaw, 5,982. The JLP's Michelle Charles, the incumbent, 5,595. Claudia Swan has 28 votes. Jovian Blair of the JPP has 20.
I think Yvonne Rosemary Shaw used to be a member of the Jamaica Labour Party. I think she actually worked very closely with Dr. Michelle Charles's father, Colonel Charles Sr., for many years. And she was a former mayor in Morant Bay as well, right, Earl?
Yes.
And so she's putting up a fight, and it seems as if the JLP is going to lose one of the St. Thomas seats.
There's the other one up there, St. Thomas Western, 105 of 163. James Robertson of the JLP, 5,443. The PNP's Hubert Williams, 4,806. Carlene Affleck of the JPP, 35 votes. And St. Catherine Southeastern, this is the one I think you've been saying we hadn't seen. This is about, not quite 50% there, 48 boxes of 135. Alfred Dawes of the PNP, 2,716. Robert Miller of the JLP 2,617. No, go again, 2,615. Casey and Radcliffe of the JPP 13 votes. I think this is literally the first time we've seen this one all night.
My count is a little bit
One
farther
second
than
for me.
this,
St.
yeah?
Catherine Northwestern, 83 boxes of 122. Damian Crawford of the PNP, 4,328. Newton Amos of the JLP, 3,598. Lloyd Smith has 12 votes of the JPP. And we go to St. Andrew East Central, 63 boxes of 113. Dennis Gordon of the PNP, 3,301. Davian Vassell of the JLP, 2,774. Princess Ford of the JPP, 57. You are saying this is Peter Phillips' old constituency.
Young candidates, going well so far, going well. Mr. Vassell.
DK Duncan's constituency in another lifetime as well.
There's Juliet Holness, St. Andrew East Rural, 77 boxes of 137. She has 4,925 votes to the PNP's Patrick Peterkin, 4,545. Kamisha Hendricks, 29 votes of UIC. Percha Jackson of the JPP, 23 votes.
Speaker of the House.
Former.
Yes.
I don't think we've seen this on for a while. St. Andrew West Rural, 124 boxes of 140. And the incumbent, Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, with 7,152. To Joan Gordon Webley of the PNP, 6,213. George Roach of the JPP, 62 votes.
And only 16 boxes to go.
Yeah. Earl, I'm going to let you take over.
Manchester Northeastern, Audrey Mark of the PNP, 56%, 6,472 votes. To Valentin Wint of the PNP, 5,144. Clive Warren of the JPP, 30. That's a seat that was dominated by Audley Shaw for quite a while. And Manchester Northwestern, 83 of 104 boxes. Michael Phillips of the PNP, 5,625. Damian Young of the JLP, 4,521. Tricia Stewart Angus of the JPP, 28 votes. St. Elizabeth Southeastern, Norman Scott continues to lead, but is only 17 of 109 boxes. He has 1,004 votes to Franklin Witter, 991. Raymond Dobbs of the JPP, 11 votes. St. Catherine Eastern, Denise Daly of the PNP, 6,589. Dwight Peku rather, of the JLP, 4,387. Lance Watson of the JPP, 74 votes. Clarendon Northern, Wavell Hines continues to lead there. It's 81 of 100 boxes, and he has 4,380 votes to Dwight Sibley's, the incumbent of the JLP. 4,303, Jody Lynn Casey Edwards of the JPP, 19 votes. Clarendon North Central, Robert Morgan seems to be headed to retaining that seat, 85 of 104 boxes, 4,527 votes for Robert Morgan, and R.J. Dixon, 3,406. Joy Johnson Roy, 24 votes, and she's from the JPP. And in Clarendon Southeastern, 25 boxes of 144, Pernell Charles Jr. continues to lead handily with 1,639 votes to Sian Banswell, 1,132 votes. Sian Thomas of the JPP, 12 votes. St. Catherine Northwestern, Damian Crawford, 4,608 votes for the PNP, and Newton Amos for the JLP, 3,781. Lloyd Smith of the JPP, 13 votes, 89 boxes of 122. St. Mary's Southeastern, very close. Norman Dundee incumbents, 3,678. Christopher Brown of the PNP, 3,577. Mark Hutchinson of the JPP, 12 votes, 63 of 112 boxes. St. Mary's Central, Omar Newell of the PNP, 5,904 votes. Nathaniel Marant of the JLP, 4,345. Rena Rose Cargill, 11 votes for the JPP, 85 of 105 boxes. That would be a hold for the PNP. St. Mary Western, Robert Montague, the incumbent, 3,641, doing very well against Omar Woodbine of the PNP, 5,683 votes. Chase Neal of the UIC, 22 votes, 99 of 147 boxes. And Kingston Central, 75 of 80 boxes. The incumbent, Donovan Williams, seeking to hold it for the JLP, 4,575 votes. Steve McGregor of the PNP, 4,377 votes. Garth Barnett of the UIC, 22 votes. Dwayne Smith in St. Andrew Northwestern, 4,402 votes to Ethelene Miller Simpson of the PNP, 3,293 votes. Orlando Robinson of the JPP, 79 votes, and that is 80 boxes of 112 counted.
Okay, let's just take a pin, take a break, and we'll be back with much more results, all the latest, when we come back with our results show for 2025. Do stay with us.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for staying with us for TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 elections, vote 2025. And let's go first of all back to the electoral office, the EOJ, with Kalisha for an update.
Thank you, Dion. Now the race is heating up. Now earlier we saw the People's National Party leading in 30 seats and the Jamaica Labour Party leading in 33 seats. But now, from what I'm looking at on the chart again, the People's National Party is back to leading at 29 seats and the Jamaica Labour Party 34 seats. I'm going to move over to this chart to my right, and one of the constituencies we've been monitoring closely, Dion, that's Trelawney Northern. As you know, in the last general election, the Jamaica Labour Party won that seat. It was a surprise for many people because the Jamaica Labour Party had not won that seat in decades. And we're seeing now the People's National Party's Wickham McNeil leading in that constituency, 6,637 votes, to the Jamaica Labour Party's Tova Hamilton, 5,686 votes. Another constituency, Dion, that we have been monitoring closely, that's Manchester Central, where the Jamaica Labour Party won for the first time in decades in 2020. But what we're seeing now, well, it's still close in that constituency. Just 130 of the 139 boxes counted, and the Jamaica Labour Party, Jamaica Labour Party's Rhoda Moy Crawford leading by 8,399 votes to the PNP's 8,314 votes. I'm going to ask the videographer to just come with me to the other screen I'm looking at right now. Going again to St. James Southern, another one we've been watching. We're seeing where the People's National Party has a slight lead in that constituency. The Nikisha Burchell leading their 5,870 votes to the former Mayor Homer Davis, 5,644 votes. Going now over to St. Thomas Eastern, and we're seeing where the People's National Party's Yvonne Shaw, she's leading by 6,600, well, her tally now is 6,604 votes to the incumbent, Dr. Michelle Charles, 6,177 votes. Another one that people have been watching, and many people are saying that it seems as if it is a surprise to them. We're seeing for Portland Eastern, the People's National Party is leading in that constituency. As many people know, the Jamaica Labour Party's Anne-Marie Vaz won that constituency in 2020 after a 30-year drought for the Jamaica Labour Party, and Isaac Buchanan of the People's National Party is leading in that constituency, 96 of 140 boxes counted. Now, Dion, overall, we're seeing an 85.2% of the boxes completed, and I'll have some more updates for you as soon as they become available. But again, Dion, the race is heating up. It's back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Kalisha, and it certainly is, and you heard Kalisha there saying the numbers are continuing to shift from 3330 to back to 3429, and that East Portland seat, Earl, a quick comment on what we're seeing there.
Well, this one would be a bit of a shake-up. Many people expected Anne-Marie Vaz, the incumbent, to hold it fairly easily, but we did see that Isaac Buchanan was mounting a serious challenge. And so, bearing in mind that this has been historically a strong PNP seat, perhaps it should not be surprising that it is this competitive.
Yeah, it's a seat the PNP used to win by over 1,000 and then over 2,000 votes.
Mm-hmm.
So it was really because of Anne-Marie Vaz's ground operation why she was able to win the by-election and to hold on to it in 2020. 2020 was a misnomer. So what we're seeing now is a rebalancing of the scales. I expect at the end of tonight, the entire western belt of the country to go back orange because it was never really a green space. So Westmoreland 3, we see Eastern Westmoreland going to Dayton Campbell by over 1,000, which is how they used to win there, except in 2020 when Luther Buchanan lost by 11. But Central,
So sorry to interrupt you. Just to say this is another one that's now completed. The PNP's Richard Azan taking Clarendon Northwestern over the JLP's Warren Newby, with Azan having polled 6,989 votes to the JLP's Warren Newby 6,490. Kevin Palmer picked up some votes there. And here is Westmoreland Eastern. This is showing 121 of 123 votes. It's been given out to Dayton Campbell of the PNP, 7,434 votes over Daniel Lawrence's 5,556. Here's Westmoreland Central, 169 of 70. It's given out to Dwayne Vaz of the PNP back in Parliament with 9,869 over George Wright. 8,326, Kathleen Greenwood with 39 votes, and Don Foot with 38. And Western Westmoreland now. This is 108 of 138. Ian Hales of the PNP, 6,454. Garfield James of the JLP, 4,820. Gilbert James, 54. Bertrand Madden of the JPP, 23 votes. St. Anne's Southwestern, 108 boxes of 138. This has Xavier Main, 5,069 votes over Denishka Williams of the PNP, 3,698. Clive Edwards, 28 votes, and that's 73 boxes of 105. And we have St. Anne Northwestern, 73 boxes of 105. Crystal Lee, the incumbent, holding on here at the moment with a lead with 77,346. Gabriella Morris, our first time out, 6,924. That's 10 boxes left to count in this constituency. Let's go now to the JLP headquarters.
It's turning into a party-like atmosphere here at the JLP headquarters, Leon. As you can see behind me, you will see that a number of JLP supporters are dancing, they're ringing their bells, they're playing one of their favorite anthems on the campaign trail, The Lord is My Shepherd. So that is the mood here at the moment. I'm now joined by another JLP supporter who is also dancing. Hi, good night. What's your name?
Newton Harris.
Why was it important for you to be here tonight?
To celebrate our victory.
Where did you vote?
I voted in St. Anne Northwestern for Crystal Lee.
So how is the trend looking for you based on what you've picked up so far?
Well, we always knew it would have been a close race, but we put in the work. Crystal has done phenomenally well in the one term. 2 years stolen by COVID, but she's done phenomenally well in terms of the infrastructure, the services, the roads, I mean, the health sector, all of the wonderful things that Crystal has done, the water projects with, amazing stuff compared to what has gone before. So our constituency really has seen a difference.
Thank you so much.
Sorry?
Thank you so much. I know it's difficult to hear me. So that's the scene here at the JLP headquarters, John. Maybe I could just get another supporter. Can you talk to me? Hi, good night. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
What's your name?
Zachary.
Okay, I see you celebrating. You think you won?
Yes, I do. I'm very confident for the JLP.
It's not yet too early to declare.
Too early, that doesn't really mean much right now because we're confident we put in the work. We have the achievements to prove that we deserve the third term. So Dr. Holness will return as well as our MPs.
Thank you so much. But that's the mood here at the JLP headquarters, Leon. I'll check in with you a few moments later.
Thank you so much for that, Andrea. And yes, we'll continue to check in with you, and some more interesting results have been coming in. In fact, we are now seeing Clarendon Southeastern there with, okay, we moved on to St. Catherine Southwest. Okay, we are going thick and fast, aren't we? So St. Catherine Southwest, Deborah Warmington. Here's St. Catherine Southern, Fitzjackson. And St. Catherine Central, Olivia Babsy Grange. So we're kind of moving fast through those. Okay, here we go. St. Elizabeth Southwestern, and as they Sainty Boy in the room. Earl, you get to do the honors here. Read the next couple for me.
Floyd Green of the JLP, he's the incumbent, 9,044. Miranda Wellington of the PNP, 7,650. And the significance of this particular seat is that it always goes to the party that wins nationally. So that may be one of the reasons why there's celebration at JLP headquarters at the moment. Clarendon South Eastern, Pernell Charles Jr. of the JLP, 1,824. Sian Barnswell of the PNP, 1,284. And Sian Thomas of the JPP, 13 votes. That's 27 boxes of 144. Clarendon Northern, Wavell Hines, the cricketer, 5,623 to Dwight Sibley's of the JLP, 5,407. Judilyn Casey Edwards of the JPP, 24 votes. That's 95 boxes of 104. Of 100 rather. St. Thomas Eastern, 114 of 128 boxes. Yvonne Shaw continues to lead, 6,597. And the incumbent, Michelle Charles of the JLP, 6,188. Claudius Wong is on 31. And Jovian Blair of the JPP, 26. St. Thomas Western, James Robertson, the incumbent, 6,836. Hubert Williams of the PNP, 5,696. And Caroline Afflick of the JPP, 39 votes. That's 125 of 163 boxes rather. St. Andrew West Central, the constituency of the Prime Minister, very, very tight. 87 boxes of 105. Paul Buchanan of the PNP is now leading, 4,867 votes to Andrew Holness, 4,762.
What you said, Earl?
Are you stunned?
You don't see one having a sip.
Manchester Northeastern, you have Audrey Marks of the JLP performing according to tradition there. 6,589 to Valentin Wint of the PNP, 5,207. And Clive Warren of the JPP has 30 votes. If you could go back to that West Central for a moment. The PNP used to dominate that in the days of W. Thompson and David Core and AJ Nicholson.
Yes. Yes.
So it's a 1% lead at the moment for Paul Buchanan.
If we could go to St. Elizabeth again, let's see what the other weather vane is saying. Southwest St. Elizabeth.
Wow. Norman Scott of the PNP, 1,004 votes. Franklin Witter, the incumbent from the JLP, 991, but it's only 17 of 109 boxes. Portland Eastern, 96 of 140 boxes. Isaac Buchanan of the PNP, 5,636. And Marie Vaz, the incumbent of the JLP, 5,224. So it's a 4-point lead for Buchanan, and there are 23 votes for the JPP's Tracy Ann Gillespie Harris. I think we need to remind the listeners that we call up these figures because we also have listeners on radio. Yes. Trelawney Northern, Tova Hamilton has taken the lead now over Wickham McNeil, 6,826 to McNeil, 6,792, and it's 123 of 146 boxes. So we're seeing the finish line up ahead. And Marissa Dalrymple Philibert has restored order in Trelawney Southern, 1,787 to Paul Patmore, 1,486. That's 26 of 96 boxes though. St. Mary's Southeastern, Norman Dunn, the incumbent, he is being tracked very closely by Christopher Brown. So Norman Dunn has 5,235, Christopher Brown 5,112, and Mark Hutchinson has 20 votes for the JPP. St. Mary Western, Robert Montague continues to dominate there, 7,219 to Omar Woodbine, 6,398, and Chase Neal 25 votes.
And this is another weather vane seed that indicates to the country as well what is likely to happen. Same for Southwest St. Elizabeth and the other one you mentioned a moment before. So we will see what Mr. Woodbine fears.
And in St. Andrew East Central, Dennis Gordon of the PNP, he's now doing very well, 6,425 to Davion Bassel of the JLP, 3,949, and Princess Ford of the JPP, 82, 106 boxes of 113.
Okay, here is St. Andrew West Rural. This is 136 boxes out of 140. Juliet Cuthbert Flynn of the JLP, 7,909 votes. The PNP's Joan Gordon Webley, 6,994. And that's been called for Juliet Cuthbert Flynn. St. Andrew Northwestern, 101 of 112 boxes. Dwayne Smith of the JLP, 5,648. Ethne Miller Simpson, 4,124. Orlando Robinson, the JPP, 106. Here we are back in St. Andrew East Rural, 123 boxes of 137. Juliet Holness, 8,445. Patrick Peterkin, 7,487. Kemisha Hendricks, 45 votes of the UIC. Purchell Jackson of the JPP, 35 votes. Eastern Portland, 130. Did we just read this? Has it moved?
It has moved.
It has?
Okay,
131 of 140 boxes. The PMP's Isaac Buchanan, 7,932. Anne Marie Baz of the JLP, 7,699. Portland West, this is nearly finished, and 102 of 104 boxes. The JLP's Darrell Val, 6,022 to the PNP's Doreen Campbell, 4,809. Michael Aiken of the JPP, 22 votes. St. James Central, 103 boxes of 104. So this has gone to Heroy Clark now. 6,486. The PNP's Janice Allen, 4,620. Okay, and let's just take South, and then we go to a break. St. James Southern. This is nearly completed. Just one box left to be counted. And Keisha Burchell, 6,398. Homer Davis of the JLP, 6,211. Leon Cunningham of the JPP, 16 votes. Let's go to a break. We'll be back in a moment. Thank you so much for staying with us for TVJ's ongoing live coverage of the 2025 elections for 2025. We got a statement from Flo a little while ago, so in case you've been having problems, Flo Jamaica has reported what they're calling a severe act of vandalism, which they say has disrupted internet, landline, and TV services for numerous customers in the areas of St. Catherine, Maypen, and Mandeville. And they said the section of fiber cable that was damaged was had protective concrete slabs and sealed manholes. Those were breached, and the company is restoring, they said, working to restore as quickly as possible. They said they're also condemning the act which has taken place, as you know, on election day. So if you're having difficulties, that might be the cause. All right, let's just look at what's happening here in St. Catherine East Central. Let's see, this is completed. The JLP Zalando Terrelong has retained his seat with 6,364 votes. Raymond Price of the PNP polling 5,379 votes. Let's go now to Jamila Maitland, who is in the constituency.
I'm on the Newlands Main Road in St. Catherine East Central, where Jamaica Labour Party voters are in high celebration mood. Now, TV at a shop right now is the main attraction, and that's because they're watching the live results right now. Crowds of people just swarming around the TV, trying to see what's happening with their member of parliament. Now, by the latest data that I had, Alanda Terlang was comfortably winning, and I just saw now from their TV that he was declared the winner. So as you can hear in the background, lots of excitement here on the Newlands Main Road. I'm going to call in a Jamaica Labour Party supporter right now, Kimmy. Kimmy's joining us. You're live on TVJ News. Tell us, how are you feeling?
Well, I'm feeling so excited right now for the nice thing MP because may I tell you, him work. We're talking about funeral. We're talking about nine. We're talking about graduation. We're talking about assistance. Him tell you put your pads
candidate from the JPP. That is Casey Radcliffe. I think her name is Casey Radcliffe. So that is lots of excitement that we can hear. And they are tuning in to TVJ News, getting the live updates here on what's happening on our results show. So there you have it. It's back to you in studio, Dion.
Thank you so much, Jamila. And of course, TVJ is exactly the place for you to get all your ongoing coverage of this election. Let's go over back now to the EOJ with Kalisha.
Yes, Dion, we're almost at the finish line. 93% of all the boxes counted. And earlier, it's similar to what we saw in the previous update. The Jamaica Labour Party was leading by, well, it was 32-31 at one point, and now we're seeing it back at 30-33. So the Jamaica Labour Party leading 33 constituencies to the People's National Party's 30. An interesting one, Dion, that you pointed to earlier. We're going to go to it. We're seeing in St. Andrew West Central, the Prime Minister's seat. We're seeing the People's National Party's candidate, Paul Buchanan, leading in that seat. And we have 87 of the 105 boxes counted. So it's almost 82% completed, and we're seeing the People's National Party's candidate leading in the Prime Minister's constituency. And we're going to move over now to St. Andrew Northwestern, where we're seeing the People's National Party's candidate, Ethne Miller Simpson. She is trailing the Jamaica Labour Party's candidate, Dwayne Smith, in that constituency. Going down now to St. Andrew West Rural, where we're seeing, well, the Jamaica Labour Party's candidate, the incumbent, Juliet Cuthbert Flynn. She is leading in that constituency to 8,290 votes to the People's National Party's candidate, Joan Gordon Webley, 7,157 votes. Now, should the incumbent hold on to this seat, it will be the second time the Jamaica Labour Party has had 3 consecutive wins in that constituency in St. Andrew West Rural. And going over now, the videographer could just come with me. We're going to St. Ann Northwestern, where we're seeing the People's National Party's candidate, Gabriella Morris, at 6,989 votes to the Jamaica Labour Party's candidate, 7,383 votes in that constituency. Final one, Dion, before I come back to you. In Portland Eastern, we're seeing the Jamaica Labour Party's candidate still trailing the People's National Party's candidate, Anne-Marie Vaz, 8,072 votes to the People's National Party's Isaac Buchanan, 8,290 votes. So as I said, we're almost there, almost at the finish line for this evening, Dion. 93% of the boxes counted, and again, the People's National Party leading in 30 seats, the GLP leading in 33 seats. It's back to you.
Thank you so much. Really important to get that kind of global picture of what is happening. 33-30, and you heard as well, it seems to have been moving a little bit up and down, but the latest figures there, 33 seats in which the JLP is leading and 30 for the PNP. Here's St. Thomas Eastern again. This is 2 boxes left to count, 126 of 128. And this has been declared now for Rosemary Shaw of the PNP. The incumbent Michelle Charles has lost this seat, 7,284 at this point to Yvonne Shaw, and the JLP's Michelle Charles, 6,807. Here's Portland Eastern, 1 box left to count here. Isaac Buchanan, 8,290 votes. This is what Kelisha just read for us, but I wasn't sure of the boxes left to count. So we have 1 box left to count, in fact, in Portland Eastern. Okay. Read from Aaron.
Rhoda Crawford, the incumbent, has held on to defeat Donovan Mitchell. She secured 9,035 votes to Donovan Mitchell, 8,861. So that's 1 vote in Manchester for the JLP.
Strong candidate, hard-working member of Parliament. She deserves to go back to Parliament. Rhoda Moore Crawford, one of Jamaica's best talent in the Parliament.
Manchester North Eastern. and Audrey Marks has taken it. 7,652 votes to Valentin Wint of the PNP, 6,209. Clive Warren of the JPP, 33 votes. And it's tightening again in St. Andrew West Central, the Prime Minister's constituency. Paul Buchanan, 4,867 to Dr. Andrew Holness, 4,762. That's 50.5% to 49.5%. Trelawney Northern, and you have Toba Hamilton, the incumbent, leading Dr. Wickham McNeil, 7,408 to McNeil, 7,198, 131 of 146 boxes. St. James Southern, Nikisha Purcell of the PNP continues to lead.
Completed.
Oh, in fact, I didn't see the tick. It's completed, so she has won it for the PNP. So that's one pulled back for the PNP from their loss last time. St. James West Central, 71 of 106 boxes. Marlene Malahoo Fort, 4,193 to Andre Houghton of the PNP, 3,633. And Clifford Barnett has 15 votes.
I think what we're seeing is that the election is really down to the wire and still anybody's game at this point in time. I think what the major
You don't think the PNP has lost?
no, I think their plays for us to I think there's two plays for us to reach at least at 32.
Okay. Feel like I'm listening to the Democrats watching the election and thinking that Kamala
I've been
Hillary had a
there's a play for us that I can see the play hopefully materialize.
You can see the party.
But I think I
Until you're hearing the Democrats.
You were counting on Manchester Central, though.
But I guess we traded it for West Central and St. Andrew.
Okay, here's St. Catherine, here's St. Catherine Southeastern here. This is 129 boxes out of 135. And we have the PNP's Alfred Dawes with 7,405 to Robert Miller of the JLP, 6,939. Casey and Radcliffe of the JPP with 64 votes. So 6 boxes left to count here. It's also one of those seats that the PNP had some infighting in.
Yes.
And the question was whether it would have hurt Dawes. St. Mary's Southeastern. This is 109 boxes out of 112. And we have the PNP's Christopher Brown having pulled ahead a bit now with 6,313 votes. JLP's Norman Dunn, 6,293. Mark Hutchinson of the JPP with 25. I am sure I heard Ron say this one was taken for the JLP. I'm sure I heard that.
I'm saying the chairman's seat.
No, sir, I'm sure it's the other one. But all right. St. Mary Western, 129 of 147. Bobby Montague, JLP chairman, with 8,182. Omar Wood, is this Woodbine?
Yes.
Of the PNP, 7,403. Chase Neal of the JPP with 31 votes. St. Anne Northwestern, 127 out of 135. Crystal Lee is holding on to the lead with 7,428 votes. The PNP's Gabriella Morris, 7,077. And here's St. Anne Southwest, 81 out of 105 boxes. The incumbent Xavier Main of the JLP, 5,561 votes. To the PNP's Denishka Williams, 4,104. Clive Edwards of the JPP with 30 votes. Go ahead.
PNP has taken Kingston Central.
Sorry, you have to talk louder.
This
Right.
is showing that the
PNP
PNP has
has
taken Kingston Central. Let me see. With 100% of the boxes counted. It's
Okay, here we have it on screen.
oh
Steve McGregor pulled ahead. This is okay.
What?
This is magisterial recount. 4,739 over Donovan Williams on the JLP. The incumbent 4,727. Swanee did the maths for me. 12 votes.
Yes.
All right, this one is headed to a magisterial recount, but the preliminary vote shows Stephen Gregg of the PNP the winner, Garth Barnett of the UIC with 23 votes. And just to say for viewers and listeners that when you have these kinds of close results, as I said, it's inevitable the parties are going to ask for a magisterial recount. When you say like 200 or 50, that sounds like a small margin, but you're not overturning that in a magisterial recount. 12 votes they might be hoping to overturn. Clarendon Southeastern, Pernell Charles Jr., 94 boxes out of 144, 6,004 votes. Cian Barneswell of the PNP, 4,805. Cian Thomas, 38 votes. So Clifford, you start perk up again. You know, I'm looking at the scales on the two sides. Yeah, at which point one is up and one is down. Here's Northern Clarendon, 95 boxes out of 100. The PNP's Wavell Hines, 5,000. Okay, this declared for Wavell Hines. So the cricketer heads the parliament. So we'll have a cricketer and an Olympia, it looks like.
Yeah. No, well, Nether Soul is another, he played for Jamaica. He was another cricketer in Parliament years and years ago.
Even what's his name? Former PNP Jensen. His name is slipping me now. He's in St. Andrew.
Who? Julian?
Julian, he's a former cricketer.
At the youth level.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, we're talking. Yeah. 129 boxes of 135. St. Ann Northwest, Crystal Lee continues to lead, 7,547 votes to Gabriella Morris, 7,242.
That's living.
Manchester Northwestern, 99 boxes out of 104. And this one, okay, Michael Phillips of the PNP, 6,687. Damian Young of the JLP, 5,516. And Trisha Stewart Angus, 36 votes. Okay, let's just give you this last one and then we'll get to the break. So this is nearly completed. So we can say Everett Warmington, this has been declared. Everett Warmington retains his seat. Let's go to a break. Stay tuned. You can hear some of the critical seats. We're still waiting to hear final results. We're back in a moment.
One last time else, don't take that. Efforts icon or ballot.
Our motto here at BU Law is your trust is our business. We want them to give us the
At Elements Massage, every session is personalized by licensed massage therapists and estheticians to meet your body's.
the audio is off and the JPW and Desmond McKenzie reflecting in the immediate term on the victory this evening. Not looking like a man, not wearing the facial expressions of a man who has just helped his party to win a general election.
No, because the Labour Party took a bruising tonight. By our count, it stands at 34-29. Yes? 34-29.
And one of the 29 that the PNP is leading in is West Central St. Andrew, where the Prime Minister is 83% of boxes counted. He is 105 votes behind Paul McKenna.
And it means that the Labour Party would have lost 14 seats tonight. Yes? 14 seats. Put another way, the PNP fell short by only 4 seats.
Yes.
Yeah? They had to clear 18, they cleared 14. Yeah? So the Labour Party got a big message tonight. Yes? That listen, you have squeaked home. Yeah?
Only squeaked.
Yes, only squeaked home. And what will the next 5 years bring?
Well, I'm just repeating myself that, the vast majority of people in Jamaica have not felt this prosperity that commentators, including Clifton, talk about. The the conditions, right, in the hospitals, the cost of living, right, all those things. I am looking forward to see what the government is going to do about a land reform. Both parties have not heard both parties talking about land reform to make land available to people in Jamaica, right? Houses. I heard the government talking about houses. They are going to build 60 houses, 60,000 houses. Well, we are going to hold the government to all those promises.
because the vast majority of people have not felt this, the growth in Jamaica has not filtered down into the lives of the vast majority of people. They are still suffering.
Wayne Chen,
He's not online.
Wayne Chen.
I think we lost him.
I'm here.
Yeah, Wayne Chen is there. Wayne Walker is the one who fell. Do you believe in Pyrrhic victories?
If I believe in them, I know they are a regular historical occurrence. As I said earlier, this is going to be the shortest honeymoon that any winning party has enjoyed since universal adult suffrage. I would have to go back to the election of 1967 to think of an event like this. Expectation is high, trust is diminished. It's a difficult road, and the opposition is strengthened in the House. And as I said, the government, I pray, has the plan in their back pocket as to the things that have to be done in the front.
One to Gabriella Morris of the PNP 7,317. St. Mary's Southeastern. One box left here, and Norman Dunn of the JLP 5,006. I beg, let's start over. Norman Dunn of the JLP 6,592. Christopher Brown of the PNP 6,575. Mark Hutchinson 26.
That may be the seat I was thinking of in terms of the third candidate. Perhaps his vote making the difference. We don't know which way it might have gone, but it raises that possibility.
Central Kingston as well, because the independent in Central Kingston got 23.
Yes.
And there's a difference between Steve McGregor and Donovan Williams of 12.
Trelawney Southern, 26 boxes of 96. Marissa, I feel like we've been stuck here. Marissa Delrimpel Philibert, 1,787. Paul Patmore, the PNP, 1,486.
But if we could just pause on the counting, on the numbers a little bit, because, coming into this particular election, what I had and what I've been sharing throughout the night with Clifford are the seats that the PNP had to take back to win the election. Southeast on the screen now is a weather vane seat. It has voted for the winning party for the last 5 elections, and it has given the nod in this instance to Franklin Witter retaining Southeast. I suspect a similar thing is happening in Southwest, which is the other weather vane seat where Floyd Green there is challenged by Miranda Weddington. And I expect the same out of Western St. Mary. We see the results here for Southwest with some boxes to go where Xavier Main is leading Danishka. So I had about 21 seats that the PNP needed to topple tonight if they were going to win. There's Western St. Mary, the other weather vane, completely declared for Robert Montague, even though the polls going into this, some of them showed that he was treading water. So he's beaten hometown boy Omar Woodbine, not by a lot because he's coming from thousands, but he's won it. So against the 21 that I think the PNP needed to take, so far they have taken only 14. So the 14, as good as those are, they don't appear that they will be sufficient for them to win tonight.
Okay, hold that thought. We're going over to Western Hannibal, where Anthony Lugg is on location.
Thank you so much. So I'm just outside the Watson Taylor Park here in Western Halifax where counting is still going on over here. I'm now joined by a PNP supporter who is outside here and she's extremely excited. Talk to me about how you're feeling right now.
I'm feeling extremely happy and excited, and I know that Western Halifax people are party. And I know that one by one of them will come with us.
It's still early days yet.
I know.
Counting has not finished yet, but why is it that you're so confident?
Because of the boys that we already get so far. You know that we are leading. You understand it all. I know that Hedamal is going to be the winner for Western Halifax tonight.
All right, thank you so much. So, as she just said, Heather Miller is going up against the incumbent Tamika Davis of the Jamaica Labour Party. We will be here on the ground. We will be monitoring the situation. It's back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you so much, Anthony Log, for that. And as you can see, we have our reporters on the ground. And here you're seeing the numbers. This indeed has been called for Heather Miller Bennett of the PNP. Let me see, there's one box left, but the numbers here, 6,969 votes to Tamika Davis's 5,859. Leonard Sharp of the JPP picking up 54 votes. And we're back with West Central. Has this moved? This hasn't moved. This is the Prime Minister's constituency, listeners and viewers, and we've been seeing this result for a little while, so we're, of course, monitoring closely to see where it's going and what's happening here. That's St. Andrew West Central. Just to remind our viewers that we are on radio as well, which is why you hear us reading a lot of the results. This is Clarendon Southeast, 140 boxes of 144, Pernell Charles Jr., 9,207 votes to Cian Barneswell, 7,770, called no for Pernell Charles officially. Had it been called before? Yes. Yeah? Okay. Okay.
And by the
So
way,
I think which one I haven't seen for a while is that other St. Elizabeth seat. But slowly.
that's Northeast.
Yeah, slowly.
Yes.
slowly
Zuleika won that.
We haven't seen it come up.
Yes. Was it declared?
I think so.
It hasn't come up for.
You could declare.
By the way, it's particularly important because of what has happened with the telecom services.
Mm-hmm.
Many people are actually listening on radio.
Right.
So it's very important that they get these results.
Yeah.
Here we go. This was with one box left to go, 124 boxes of 125. So this is Jess of the PNP, 8,283. So this indeed has been declared for Jess of the PNP over Delroy Slowly of the Jamaica Labour Party, who at this point had polled 7,693. And Myrie of the JPP picked up 20, and Joseph Patterson of the UIC picked up 11 votes.
This is a long-standing PNP seat. This is really just a rebalancing of everything with the anomaly of 2020. This is Kern Spencer, Raymond Price, and then Evan Redmond. This used to be a very strong PNP seat, so no surprises there.
I would say though that I think one of the things we have seen is, I mean, the rebalancing you're speaking of, sure, but at the same time also an indication that the voters can't be taken for granted. Look at Northern Trelawney, for instance, where we're seeing this. Has this been declared yet? Okay, Tova Hamilton, 8,062 votes, Wickham McNeil of the PNP, 7,788. So I take your point, Emily, but I also think that we are seeing a new generation of voters, and that seats that previously had been thought safe. I mean, Central Kingston is not going to be in anybody's safe column going forward. Declared now for Tova Hamilton, so Wickham McNeil, having traveled across Western Jamaica, wasn't successful in terms of getting back into Gordon House by a Trelawney Northern. And again, this was this my point exactly.
This is a big victory for the Labour
Big victory there, I agree.
Tova Hamilton. She won in 2020, and she's back. She's going back to Parliament. Hard-working member of Parliament. I'm very happy for her, just as I'm happy for Rhoda Crawford and many other persons.
Okay, we in fact have Nikinsky Robinson, who is in Trelawney Northern. Let's go to her.
I'm now at the Trelawney Multipurpose Stadium in Falmouth, where the counting has been concluded for the Trelawney Northern constituency. And the word that I'm getting from the election officials is that the seat was successfully retained by the incumbent member of parliament who was seeking a second term as MP, Tova Hamilton. Now, she is the first female member of parliament for Trelawney Northern, and she has successfully done so tonight from what we've heard. She was going up against the People's National Party representative, Dr. Wickham McNeil, who is the political juggernaut, who's not new to the scene at all. And so he was seeking redemption because he was unseated when he served as member of parliament for Western Westmoreland in the 2020 general election. We saw very frantic and chaotic scenes here tonight where even one of the Jamaica Labour Party supporters, in the height of their excitement and partying, she passed out and she was rushed to seek medical attention. We've not gotten any word as to her state right now, but we're hoping that she is recovering well. But now the place has been emptied out. The lot is really and truly emptying out right now. As you can see behind me, there's a huge Jamaica Urban Transit Company bus, and just before we started this video, we saw very long lines of traffic emptying out the lot, heading back onto the main road. So the polls have closed, the counting has ended, and it seemed to have been Miss Tova Hamilton from the Jamaica Labour Party who was first past the post tonight.
I think we were talking about the seat, and as I was saying, I think this exactly makes my point. The parties can no longer afford to be complacent and think of seats as, oh, safe PNP or safe JLP seats. And I think that's actually great for the country, great for the constituencies themselves, and overall, as I've been saying, great for democracy.
Yes, I agree. Quite a few of the young women from the JLP who won in 2020 have been returned in 2025. Right.
Over Hamilton, Rhoda Crawford,
Crystal Lee.
Okay, here is Juliet Holness's seat now. St. Andrew East Rural, 130 of 137 boxes declared for Juliet Holness. So the former speaker holds on to her seat.
Yes.
If we can spend a moment and try and figure out what is happening in West Central St. Andrew, when it comes up on the screen, I want to see what is going on with the Prime Minister.
Well, I mean, the numbers haven't moved, so.
Right, but when we get our update, it will move in favor of the Labour Party.
The number,
so the same.
This is the same, that's what I'm saying. It's been the last 2 or 3 times it's come up, it's been the same. So I suspect the next time we see it, it'll probably be completed.
Yes.
I know a lot of the time, well, no, I get no. I know a lot of the time, the people who are watching the counting.
That is why I'm saying when it's changed the next time, you'll see party leader Dr. Andrew Holness.
What we have here is the northeastern, or what my side is saying that southeastern St. Mary has been called for for Christopher Brown.
Yeah. No, so, sorry, you just got yourself in trouble with your party people.
Right now, Dr. Dunn is leading. Yeah?
But it hasn't changed from where it was before.
Yeah. Right, so there's only one box left there. And so you're saying that
it's been called for.
And that one box has been given.
Yes.
That's what I'm getting.
Yeah.
That's my understanding as well. By 12, I understand.
Another one going to
magisterial recount.
Yes. But we will see.
So whose column was that in for anybody?
That was a must-take for the PNP in my column. They needed to take back Southeast St. Mary. And they have, but again, I said, based on my count, it's still coming up a little short because of, the other areas that have not come fully. Yeah? So.
That's one of those cases, if indeed that win is confirmed, in which the PNP finally managed to take back a seat that has been with the JLP for several terms.
True. And they've taken as well the Southeast St. Catherine with Dr. Alfred Dawes. That is also a big win. Robert Miller losing there, I think they already showed that. But again, when they did manage to wrestle Central Manchester from Rhoda Moy, that's a big really big win or hold for the Jamaica Labour Party. So you do take one there, but then you don't take the other, and the numbers just don't add up. Yeah. Marlene Malahoo Fort as well in West Central St. James. I think you were hoping to take that one. You may come up just a little short with that one, even though it's not yet officially completed in terms of counting, but we shall see.
Okay, let's just since you mentioned that, this is the latest we have from West Central St. James, 82 boxes of 106. The JLP's Marlene Malahoo Fort with 4,788. The JLP's Andre Horton 4,192. Clifford Barnett 15 votes. We'll go to a break. We're back with our live election show in just a moment. Thank you so much for staying with us. You're watching TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 general elections in Jamaica. So let's just take a moment and bring you up to date with everything that's been going on. I'm your host, Dion Jackson Miller, and with me, Earl Moxon and Emily Shields from the RGR Gleaner Communications Group. Also with us, we have Ron Walsh. He is from Young Jamaica, an affiliate of the Jamaica Labour Party. Clifford James with us as well, from the PNP-YO, the youth arm of the People's National Party. Jamaica's parliament has 63 seats. Now, in the last election, 2020, the Jamaica Labour Party had won with a landslide, relegating the PNP to only 14 seats. So in this election, which party would get 32 seats first and would therefore form the government? And the last count we had got from our reporter who is at the electoral office tracking was 34 seats for the, here we go with the national count. Now I think these are the declared seats, the completed seats, if I'm correct. 29 for the JLP and 28 for the PNP. The last count we had got though in terms of how all the seats were trending was that the Jamaica Labour Party was leading, we had been told, in 34 seats and the PNP leading in 29. So there are a few critical seats that we have still been watching. And here we have St. Mary's South East. And the PNP's Christopher Brown has taken this with 6,642. He has defeated the incumbent Jamaica Labour Party's Norman Dunn, 6,631. And that is an 11 vote difference. Got it right that time.
We'll pause on that because
just one second. Mark Hutchinson of the JPP polled 26 votes.
I'm almost sure this is the second time for an 11 vote win in St. Mary's Southeastern. Didn't Dr. Winston Green win by 11 over by the same Dr. Norman Dunn before? So this is interesting. We'll also head to a magisterial recount, but on the night, each of them having the 49.9%, but just picked by 11 votes.
All right, we're still stuck on this, but just to remind our listeners as well, the count that takes place on election night is a preliminary count. Now, after tonight, then we will have what is called the final
is that I will look at this. I keep saying that 2020 was an electoral anomaly. It still is in many respects. So that what has emerged from 2020 is that the people are willing to re-elect a very hard-working member of parliament, even if that member of parliament started out as an anomaly in 2020, but they've continued to doing good work. So I say this, so I believe Rhoda Moore Crawford, I believe Crystal Lee, and Tova Hamilton, who had some issues, she has clearly rebalanced them, and perhaps it is setting a new sort of trend. If we look at it that way, then perhaps for Mark Golding and the PNP, they shouldn't be so swift to seek to discard him, because they're coming from a point where Dr. Peter Phillips was perhaps deemed to be an individual who could not take the PNP to where the PNP is at this time.
A lot of people hadn't thought Golding would be able to cross the line at all.
Right.
Can I just jump in on you and say that I'm hearing that the official voter turnout has come in at 38.8%, which is bad.
That is 1% above the COVID year.
Yes.
And I certainly, based on the crowds I saw and the anticipation, I thought we were heading to a 55% voter turnout. So I don't know what has gone wrong, why so many people have not, but that is something we said we should study again, as we said at the start of the program.
May I take you back to the question of Mark Golding's future in the PNP as leader? We have got to the point now where, so he's 60 this year. If they go to the full term, this incoming administration, he would then be 65. I think more and more voters are not looking too kindly in the Jamaican context at someone taking the reins of government heading towards 70. And I think that might, despite what I said earlier, it may be one of the things that they will consider when deciding whether to stick with the leader or seek a younger person to take them forward.
We're going back to EOJ now with Kalisha.
Thank you so much, Dion. So we're almost there. 99% of all the boxes counted. And what I'm seeing behind me, the latest figure just refreshed, the People's National Party leading in 30 constituencies, the Jamaica Labour Party leading in 33. Now, I'm going to tell you the areas where we're still waiting on all the boxes to be completed. St. Andrew West Central, 83%. The People's National Party leading in that area. Going down now to St. Andrew East Rural, the St. Andrew East Rural, where the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in that constituency. Trelawney Southern, 78% of all boxes counted, and the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in that constituency. Moving over now to Clarendon Northern, 97% of all the boxes counted, and we're seeing where the Jamaica Labour Party, well, is trailing in that constituency in Clarendon Northern. We're going down, well, I think that is it in terms of the progress report for all the constituencies so far. So we're waiting just on a few more constituencies to go. We're seeing where Trelawney Southern, that's the one where we're having only 70%, just over 70% of all the boxes counted in that constituency as well, Dion. So, well, we're seeing another change, Dion. I tell you, the things can change quite quickly here at the ECJ. I'm seeing now where the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in 34 constituencies, and the People's National Party is leading in 29 constituencies. And as I said, we're almost at the finish line. It's back to you.
Thank you so much, Kalisha. Great work that you have been doing for us throughout the night. And as you're saying, they just about an inch there from the finish line. So the whole issue now, in terms of the extremely close seats, I think it's two we've seen.
Yeah.
The Central Kingston and the
Southeast
St. Mary, which is, I mean, there've been elections where we've seen quite a few more that have been very, very close. But we were talking there about the voter turnout because, again, this suggests that neither party is exciting the electorate beyond your narrow base. If we can't even get to 4 out of 10 registered voters deciding to come out to vote. So I'm not sure where that leaves us or where we're going with this project we call democracy.
By the way, despite all that has been said tonight about the individual performances of MPs, one wonders what impact the last minute promises in terms of various forms of tax relief, etc., might have had on the votes in some of these constituencies where, somebody's decision to go, for example, for the promise of minimum wage increase, or go for the pension, or go for the 3.5.
That's one of the things I've been saying, in fact, is that the polling numbers that we have been getting, when I looked at the dates that the posters were in the field, so many things happened after that.
It wasn't tracking with those.
Yeah, in terms of debates, in terms of the announcement, in terms of even the manifestos in some cases being released and what was happening. So I always felt that those poll numbers weren't going to give us a really indicative sense. But as Don said, his polls had indicated that we were going to see a close election, and indeed we've seen that. And I think there's been a lot of attempts to try and discredit the RGR Gleaner Dunn Anderson polls, and I think what we're seeing here from this election is that they were tracking.
Yeah, but it was always going to be a close election in my view. And I think the context is so important. This is the first time ever that a Jamaica Labour Party government is facing the possibility of a third term in office. And on top of that, all of
Hold on, Emily. Here's an update. 93 boxes of 105 in the Prime Minister's constituency. He's now ahead here. 5,387 votes to Paul Buchanan of the PNP, 4,904. So 93 boxes, so that is 5 and 7, which is 12 boxes left to come.
Disciples. No, I can visualize Desmond McKenzie wiping the Prime Minister's face with the change in the set, because that must have been a moment. Paul Buchanan did say he's going to unseat Andrew Holness, and he has come pretty close, but things are changing. Yeah, Trelawney South, I think we had a look at that before.
Declared.
No, it's declared.
Yes.
It has reverted to the norm.
That
in
was
terms of expectations.
That is Marissa Darren from Philibert. She walked out the parliament, she resigned, she went back, she won the seat in that by-election. They called her Mama down there for good reason, Mama D, and she's back. Yes.
Once again.
But I'm saying the context of this election is that it's an historical first for the JLP, and there is a third term syndrome. As we look at West Central, St. James, where Marlene Malahoo Fort is leading with 91 of 106 boxes there. She's leading Dr. Andre Horton, 5,157 to 4,710 for Andre. So you're battling that third term syndrome, and for all of the kitchen sink and so forth that has been thrown at Andrew Holness and the Jamaica Labour Party, one really shouldn't be able to recover from that and to even win a third term with all of those conditions prevailing. So I think when the history books are written, there are a lot of pluses that have to go to the JLP, a lot of pluses too to Mark Golding for bringing back the PNP from near virtual electoral dead to making them reclaim some of the seats that they lost in 2020.
I think we're seeing live pictures here of the JLP headquarters.
Yes.
So we're waiting to go back to the headquarters and to hear what's happening. Of course, as soon as the various leaders are ready to speak, we'll have that live for you as well.
And by the way, if indeed the turnout for this election is only 1% above 2020, it also says something about the significance of the PNP's move from 14 seats last time to 29 or thereabouts this time, it would seem, therefore, that the PNP has recovered a significant portion of the vote.
Because when you looked at the numbers, between 2016 and 2020, yes, the voting was down and people are saying COVID and so on. But when you looked at the actual numbers, the PNP had lost 127,000 voters. The JLP had lost only about 28,000.
Yeah.
And as I mentioned, there were some constituencies in which the JLP actually managed to increase its vote count. Is this the same number?
No, it has gone up.
97 votes, 97 boxes here out of 105. Andrew Holness of the JLP, 5,989, for the Canon of the PNP, 4,923.
Right. And I think a story will have to be told as well about this comeuppance with the 3rd of September. Because it was the 3rd of September 2007,
Yes.
3rd of September 16?
16, yes.
2020 rather.
2020.
And now the 3rd of September 2025, which is the
And
first,
we get ourselves into a cycle where every 3rd of September
is probably talking fixed election day, but it will be the 3/3 of September for the third term for the GOP.
Just to say the seat has now been declared for Prime Minister.
You did say that.
Very good run, Mr. Buchanan.
Thank you very much, Dion. The mood here at the JLP headquarters shifted a bit earlier when they saw the numbers of Paul Padmore in the Prime Minister's constituency when he was leading a bit. So the numbers shifted a bit. I'm going to speak to this supporter. When you saw the numbers shifted for the Prime Minister's constituency, what was going through your mind?
I mean, I wasn't devastated by that. If you recall the last election, when the count started for the Prime Minister's seat, he was also trailing. So if you look at the historic count of that seat, you see that the Prime Minister is always trailing, and then in the end, he became victorious. So tonight was no different for me because I understood what happened. It's not my first time in an election. So while he was trailing, I knew that in the end, the Prime Minister would come up. He is our one player, he is our broker, he is the elm of the Jamaica Labour Party. So there could not be a third term without Andrew Holden. So once we knew that we were winning the third term, Andrew Holden had to win it.
Were you always a JLP supporter?
Yeah, well, from the time I started following politics, I became a JLP supporter because I vote based on policies and not family lines and traditions. So I'm not a die-hearted comrade or a die-hearted JLP. I vote based on policies and the history of Jamaica's politics as well. So the JLP has always been better in terms of managing the economy. The JLP is founded out of a need to support the working class. I'm a working class. I'm looking forward to climb that corporate ladder. And the JLP has statistically in history done better for working class and for the economy. So I had to support it.
I thank very quickly before you go because we got so excited to talk. I forget to ask you your name and which constituency you voted in.
So my name is Ramon Bradshaw, and I voted in Eastern Sector. It's not PNP safety, but I still exercise my right.
Thank you so much. And as you can see, Dion, the party-like atmosphere has started again here at Belmont Road. And we'll check in with you later.
Thank you so much, Andrew. So let me just go back to the voter turnout issue and give our listeners and our viewers a sense of where we're coming from. Just to remind you, you're watching TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 general election. I'm Dion Jackson Miller. Thank you all so much for staying with us across the platforms, on radio, on TV, on YouTube, on onespotmedia.com. Those of you here at home and those of you abroad, we are happy to have had you, and we hope you continue to us. We're taking right till the end of tonight. All right, so if we just look at the later years, because we know, earlier and all kind of things that go on. So if we look at from 90, let's choose 97. That was a 65% voter turnout, right? 2002, we were down to 59%. 2007 was 61. 2011, we're at 53%. 2016, as I said, the first year we fell below 50% with 48%, and 2020, 35%, and now 2025, 38% voter turnout. Only 4 in every 10 registered voters bothering to come out and vote. Emily was saying something before we paused, saying she's not sure what else we can do. But Emily, my view has always been, I have never thought that the two major parties have seriously tried to attract anybody other than their base. When you even look at the campaigning, what is the campaigning? It's one of the fun, orange and green and make nice on the campaign trail. It's fun to watch. It really is. But for people who are not inclined to join in the carnival and the singing of the songs and whatever, and want serious engagement, what's that?
Carnival of the absurd.
Right, people who are not looking for that, I have not seen either party making any serious attempt to pull in everybody else.
But let me try and respond to it. I don't know the answer to all of that, but the numbers can't be quoted in a vacuum. When we were at 1997 with 65.22%, there was 1.1 million voters on the list. In 2002 with 59.4, there was 1.3 million. In 2007 with 61.4, there was 1.336 million. For whatever reason, in 2016, we jumped to 1.8 million people on this voters list. 1.8 million in a population of approximately 3 million. And in September 2020, we're at 1.9. This election, we're 2.07. Where so much people come from on the list when we have 3 million people in Jamaica? Is the list completely clean of dead people? And are there dead people on the list who can't make it? And so the voter turnout will never be larger than it is because we have a ballooning list for hundreds of thousands of people that we need to double check. I don't understand it. And the reason I'm asking this question tonight is because I have been watching elections since 1980. This is the first election. I'm seeing such fervor and energy. Every man and them dog. Every animal in the house energized.
Hold the man and the dog for me. Let's just go to the break. Told the updated voter turnout figure 39.33%. 39.33%. And we're back right after this.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Okay, so you're watching there a live feed from PNP headquarters. You can see that the president of the PNP, Mark Jefferson Golding, is getting ready to speak. As soon as he starts to speak, we'll go back. Let me just remind you, you're watching TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 elections. And with me all night, I've had from the RGR Gleaner Group, Emily Shields, as well as Earl Moxham, and with us as well from the PNP YO, we've had Clifford James and Ron Walsh from Young Jamaica, the affiliate. Let's go over to PNP headquarters.
Comrade General Secretary, comrade officers, all the comrades on the platform, all the comrades in the audience, all the people of Jamaica who are listening, watching. First of all, I think it's my duty as a believer in democracy to acknowledge and concede the result and to congratulate our opponents, Jamaica Labour Party, for their victory tonight. Jamaica's democracy is important and we must cherish it. Sometimes it brings bitter disappointments. Sometimes those disappointments are laced with a tinge of a sense that not all is fair and just, but it is very, very important that we put democracy ahead of all of those feelings. And I accept the result of these elections, and although obviously I'm very disappointed in the outcome, I think it is only correct to expressly acknowledge the success that our opponents have managed to gain today. I want to thank a lot of people. And first of all, I have to thank the comrades and supporters of South St. Andrew for standing with me, for coming out today in their numbers, and for giving us a decisive victory in the constituency which I have the honor to serve. I also want to thank our campaign team, led by our campaign director, our general secretary, Dayton Campbell, Dr. Dayton Campbell. Also, a newly minted member of parliament, congratulations to him on his victory in Eastern Westmoreland. And all the other members of the campaign team who worked with him. There are a number of names there. I don't want to attempt to go through all those names because I'm going to probably forget somebody and then I'll regret it. But they have done a tremendous job. The communications team, I want to thank them publicly for the work they have done. And that is a night and day kind of job. It starts very early in the morning and goes on till late at night. So their commitment to the task at hand is remarkable, and I want to thank them deeply for it. All of our candidates who ran in this election and their campaign teams, I want to thank them for their effort, for their commitment to the country, to the democratic process. I want to, of course, congratulate the 29 who have been successful tonight, and we have more than doubled our number of MPs tonight. And for those who were not first, and they still committed themselves extremely well. And I want to say that this was a wonderful demonstration of the maturity of Jamaica's political process, that we could go through such a closely fought election without any violence to speak of. And we must all give ourselves a round of applause. In our homes, you're listening here at the headquarters, because that was not always the case. And I want to just thank all of the pioneers who led that process to where it is today, where I think we can safely say that Jamaica is a place that really cherishes and respects the democracy that we have built. I want to thank the people of Jamaica for having received us so well and having given us hundreds of thousands of votes and given us 29 seats. We don't take that for granted. We thank you for your time today. I know the voting was often painfully slow, and that's an issue which more will have to be said about, because it's an undemocratic situation when people, elderly and other people, have to be in the hot sun lining up to vote for sometimes hours, and it should not be that way. We should do better, and we have to do better. I must tell you that I'm proud of the platform that we put forward for the people of Jamaica. It was a truly progressive platform, a platform that offered a radical reform to the land tenure issues that have plagued this country for centuries. A radical platform that would have enhanced the standard of living and quality of life of those working families that are struggling to survive now by giving them significantly lower tax burdens on their income. Progressive in a social justice sense as well, around issues such as beach reform, contract work, and other things which really need to be addressed because there are injustices in our society which cannot be tolerated and should be modified and rejected in their current form. So I just want to thank all of the team that came together and developed those ideas and put them forward boldly and without reticence. And I think that for many Jamaicans, they saw the benefits and the power that that platform and those ideas and proposals would have delivered. So ladies and gentlemen, for us it's a difficult night. This is not an easy speech to make. You know, one wasn't hoping for a result which is not success. And it means that the government will get its third term and we will have as a nation to deal with that going forward. But the People's National Party, I'm happy to tell you, is alive and well. It's a powerful political organization. And has embraced modernity in its methods and has definitely, I think, over the last few years, come a long way towards being a competitive political force in Jamaica. And as the General Secretary said, the work begins right away to prepare ourselves for the next opportunity to offer ourselves to serve the nation in government. And I believe the people will, in due course, give us that chance. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends, the word is low. Power to the people. God bless you all. Thank you for your support.
Listening there to the president of the People's National Party, Mark Golding, giving his concession speech. The final seat count, 34 seats for the Jamaica Labour Party, 29. You know, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that in case I mislead anyone. Just to remind everybody that what has been done tonight is a preliminary count. So the seat count at the end of the preliminary count is 34 for the Jamaica Labour Party, 29 for the People's National Party. The final count is going to take place, and then we're expecting, certainly in at least those two constituencies in which we saw razor-thin margins of about 11 and 12 votes, we are expecting those to go to magisterial recount, and then we'll see what happens after that. We are seeing on screen the Prime Minister at JLP headquarters, seeing there a jubilant Desmond McKenzie on the mic as well, seeing Delroy Chuck, and we will be handing over to the JLP headquarters soon as well. Babsy Grange, and you can, Horace Chang, I saw Kamina Johnson Smith there as well, and yeah.
And we're witnessing for the first time in contested elections a Jamaica Labour Party government that is having a third term. They had two terms between 1980 and 1983 was uncontested, and they faced the possibility of a third term in 1989, but 83 being uncontested. This is the first contested third consecutive term that they have won, and this says something about the organization as well, with all of the challenges that this particular man had, and all that he was made to answer for, some of which will continue after this election, and no doubt intensify because of the increased numbers on the opposition benches in the House.
We are going to go back to Belmont Road when the Prime Minister begins his victory speech this evening. But just to canvass the views of Kevin, Desmond, Mark Golding's concession speech.
Wonderful speech, one of the best concession speeches I've ever heard. He celebrated the people. So, Golding, use the faith background. Your statesman-like people love that. They debate here. People don't like the faith background. But I'm going to say this, it's remarkable. Mark Golding is a pro-white man. I think part like Siaga and Manley, Michael have little non-white brother. Full British Jew in a 90% black country. And it's not even thought worthy of debate. It's not even an issue. Nobody cares. It is remarkable. Other countries don't have minorities.
Just Jamaica was exploited. Some people try.
I'm a very small minority. I can tell I don't pop in the middle of the world. Nobody cares about that. It's remarkable. Very few countries in the world would be such a total non-issue.
Yeah.
That's why I said this is the greatest election in Jamaica's history. In terms of the behavior of the people, everything, anonymity. It's wonderful. As I said, and I thought it a perfect result.
Yeah.
Mark was a true Jamaican. I must tell you that what I heard from him a while ago, I expected nothing less from him, based on the person who I know personally. And I know that he will make a good Prime Minister because he is a full Jamaican and he has the Jamaican people's interests at heart. I think his speech, good presentation, and let us see now what kind of opposition the PNP is going to serve. Let us see that. I'm looking forward to that.
And let me bring in the youngsters here. Beginning with you, Swell. This is unprecedented political territory for the People's National Party. Yes? It's a party almost 90 years old. It has never spent more than 2 terms in opposition. This is completely new territory for it. The most it has spent, as I said, 10 years in opposition. Now it is looking at the prospect of 14, 15 years in opposition. Yeah. Now, will it survive? Yeah. Will it consolidate, as Desmond Richard says, or will they break out into internal strifes again? Yeah. I pray to you, I will do that now. What did you make of Golding's speech?
I think his speech was really good. I think the first thing I noticed was his tone. He had a very not necessarily somber, but his tone was more of yes, I did well. Yes, I know we did well, but this is what the reality is. I know we have to move forward. And I think I appreciated coming in with that. I think when he congratulated the Jamaica Labour Party, I think he got points for that too. He spoke very clearly, about thanking the base, thanking the members of the party coming out to vote. He thanked, the persons who ran the campaign, all the MPs and things like that. And I think he spoke to the future as well. And I think from where he sits, I think, as I said before, it makes sense they hold steady now and try to build on what they have. Because I think from where they're coming from in 2020 and that entire journey leading up to this point, I think the PNP also won tonight. They didn't win the election, but I think they won something. And I think that says a lot for the kind of leader that Mark Golding is. He came in, he was able to unite the party in time for the elections and still showed out. So I think it makes sense for them to build on what we have now and see how we can capitalize on where we have the JLP to move forward.
Well, put it this way. They have decisions to make, and while it is uncharted territory for the People's National Party, it would do them well to learn from the JLP style in that territory. The JLP is in uncharted territory. We're getting a historic third term. But they can learn very much from what happened with the JLP during PJ Patterson's time, and how long it took them to get out of that. What I would say is politics is a cycle. And if you follow the politics time and time again, you recognize that if you study the cycle, then you will know what to do and what not to do in order to get the best success out of it. So there are decisions to make, but long and short of it is learn from the cycle of the JLP when they were in opposition in the wilderness for that time period, and they'll be good to go.
Andre? Great speech from Mark Golding, and it gives the impression of what is to come for the PNP. Of course, 29 seats, if it holds, barring magisterial recounts, 29 seats, as he said, that's more than double of the seats that they had before, which means it was a really good showing. That means the PNP now, they have that opportunity to not only look into themselves, but look at the talent in and around the space, people who have run, people who have served in the Senate, and see where those people are best placed to continue building on that momentum. Because whether persons like it or not, whether you are a Labour or a comrade, it's always good that we have a good opposition in a democracy. And that is something that, we'll always advocate for. And based on that, we expect to see a united PNP channeling all they hear from their supporters in Parliament, whether it's Senate, whether it's the lower house, and ensuring that democracy remains strong and the government is not held to account.
We are waiting on Professor Blake on Zoom.
Professor Blake? Professor Blake and then Wayne Chen?
Yes, that was a very good concession speech by Mark Bowden. And I think if Mark Bowden sticks in that kind of a vein, boy, what a leader he will continue to be with it.
Thank you so much for staying with us for TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 elections. I'm Dion Jackson Miller. You've been watching a live feed there. Well, I think you can still see it on the screen of the Jamaica Labour Party headquarters. They're jubilant, they're triumphant, they're celebrating. So the Prime Minister is still to speak, but what we're seeing is a lot of the key people, key officials in the parties coming up and speaking before he does. And just to remind you, I have been here throughout the evening with Emily Shields and Earl Moxon from the RGR Gleaner Group, and also with us from Young Jamaica, Ron Walsh, as well as Clifford course, as we said, over the next few days is going to be the finalizing of the count, and then after that, we start to see the admin work being done, the putting together of the cabinet. Let's see who is going to stay in the cabinet, whether some of the older members will continue, or whether we're going to see a more shaken up cabinet now.
I think what you may see is continuity for a couple of years, and then some of the older members of the cabinet then transition out. That's my thinking. I think I've seen that sort of approach in the past, rather than going for just broad changes at the beginning.
Of course, as well, with 34 is still a decent number, but of course it's reduced from the kind of huge number that he had in the previous administration with 49 MPs, and then of course he can pick up the 4 from the Senate as well.
I put it to you, for example, that Ed Bartlett, who has been widely regarded as a quite successful tourism minister,
yes,
I would expect him to continue in that capacity in the cabinet.
Horace Chan,
National Security.
Deborah Chuck can probably sit it out.
No, you think?
Yes. Yes, he's still in his last term, and I think there are a lot of young people there who can take it up and run.
And just to be clear, when I said no there, that had nothing to do with my personal opinion. It's based on what I've been hearing from people around him. It sounds as if he's still raring to go. Of the young and the old.
I think by now the Prime Minister has developed the capacity to speak to some of these senior members in terms of when he wants to make a change.
Mm-hmm. Right. Somebody had said to me that they never thought he would have been able to successfully move Nigel Clark into that former Derek Smith constituency without a huge fallout, and he did manage. So he clearly has a political chance. Absolutely.
Not only that, I think Andrew Holness has really stamped his mark on the Jamaica Labour Party. He's fully in charge of this party at the moment, and I suppose too he is able to sort of recant or take back a view he held. So, for example, North Central, St. Andrew, in Casamuta's old constituency, where they appear to have endorsed Christian Tavares Pinson to be the candidate there, and there was a bit of furore on the ground, and Delano Seabright the entire process was recalled, and Seabright put in. So he has his hand on.
Let's say, firstly, thanks to our leader, the most honorable Prime Minister, party leader, Dr. Andrew Holness, for giving me the opportunity to assist in this third term. I want to say thanks to the campaign team, because they who are here have done an amazing job in following the mandate of the leader to ensure that the strategy was implemented so we could beat the PNP and put back Andrew Holness in Jamaica House. And I want to say thanks to the Almighty up above, because He knows what is good for Jamaica. He knows that it is about the Jamaican people, and the Jamaica Labour Party is the best party to lead the Jamaican people forward into the future. Show our labor rights, third term, happy, glad. God bless you. Thank you. One man was critical to the organization of the Jamaica Labour Party. He now has the distinction of being the most successful general secretary in the history of this great Jamaica Labour Party. Let's welcome Dr. Horace Chan. Humble like that, tell them no confuse.
Labor Right. I'm going to ask to bear with me for 2 minutes. We're celebrating tonight. I feel good. You feel good? We're celebrating a third term. I want to think for 2 minutes. It is a victory for the Labour Party. A historic moment for Jamaica and the Jamaica Labour Party as we celebrate this. But I want to think a little bit. This leader has given us the 3 victories. I had the privilege of serving with him in all 3 elections. But what I want to think about is that the People's National Party, the PNP, attacked our leader mercilessly. And to celebrate and commend the strength and character of Andrew Holness, his wife, and his children as they stood the test. Led with courage, commitment, and strategically. Working beside him was a privilege. But working with the Labour Party, of course, is a greater privilege that as he led us to this victory. I want to commend all the workers that despite of the challenges, despite of the attack, the insinuations, and all kind of attack on the leader, Labour Party, you went out there, you did the work, you walk in the sun, and you ensure third term loading, and today we are here, third term for Andrew Michael Holness. But this victory is more significant. You chose Jamaica. You chose Andrew Holness. Andrew Holness chose Jamaica because we're at a critical point. And for the first time, the Labour Party will get the opportunity to continue building this country and moving us from poverty to prosperity.
Right.
We had great leaders. Great leader in Bustamante, Hugh Shearer, Edward Siaga, but they attacked them, damaged them, and pushed them over when the country was growing. This leader stood the test, you the workers stood the test, and made sure on this occasion they could not push down this leader, and they're going to build this country and grow from poverty to prosperity. You chose Jamaica. You chose Andrew Holness. You chose the Jamaica Labour Party. Labour rights. Celebrate. It's a historic moment. It's a great moment for the Labour Party and the people of Jamaica. God bless you all. Go forward again.
Marching on to victory. Labour Party marching.
Labour rights, settle down now, because the moment has come. We have a leader that we are proud of. Every man and every woman here tonight and right across Jamaica, they will love and respect Andrew Holness. Has Andrew Holness ever been disrespectful to any of you? So hear me now, Labour rights. The Member of Parliament for West Central, St. Andrew. The first time in the history of our great Jamaica Labour Party that we have a leader that has taken us to 3 consecutive elections. I ask you, I ask Jamaica, wherever you are now, answer the question. What time is it? What time is it? Prime Minister, one term! Prime Minister, 2 terms! Prime Minister, 2 terms! Andrew, I made sure with this bell. This bell is not an easy bell to ring. I wouldn't be surprised
if Bustamante rang this bell. But I carry the symbol of the party today because it is such a historic moment that this is a victory for our founder, Bustamante, for Sir Donald Stanster, for Hugh Shearer, for Edward Philip George Siaga, for Bruce Bowling, and I want to invite Mrs. Carla Siaga to just come and acknowledge the moment and take a bow to the crowd. Because all of this Mr. Siaga still, as well, he must be happy. So, Desmond, just you are only allowed to hold the bell temporarily. Do not ring it. I have a few things to say early on. Firstly, let me thank the thousands of Jamaicans who prayed for me personally and who prayed for the government and the country. I want to thank my wife and one of my sons is here, Adam. Come on, guys. Of course, the superwoman. I want to thank them personally. I mean, a political campaign, sometimes, when they see the personalities, they forget that they are human beings with feelings and emotions, and they can be objectified. It's very difficult, but I want to thank my family here and abroad and all over who have withstood a tremendous onslaught, but they never gave up on me or on the people of Jamaica. I want to thank the political team. I think we have the best political team in the Caribbean. But allow me to, I do this at a risk, but I'm sure everyone will agree, that my Deputy Prime Minister, Horace John, the General Secretary of the Jamaica Labour Party, deserves special commendation. There's a special bond that has to be between the leader and the General Secretary of a political party. And Horace and I have been working for the greater part of 30 years together. We have been very good friends and very good professional associates. We have a mind share, and we are both very much committed to Jamaica, like everyone in the team. I want to thank you, the supporters. You would know how much you mean to me. For all of you who squeeze up on the bus to come to the meeting, who go on the long motorcades with us, you who take on the PNP them when you hear them with the lies. But for all of you who have stood up and chosen Jamaica, I say thanks to you, the supporters of the party. You make us stronger, and we stand here on your shoulders. And thank you. God bless you, and I love you. Today, Jamaica won. Jamaica won this election. Yes. The majority of voters decided to choose Jamaica. Make no mistake about it. This was not victory by default. Make no mistake about it. This was not an easy victory. Make no mistake about it. This was a fight. But we did not descend my political organization. We did not descend to the gutter to fight. We did not seek to trick the people to win. We did not seek to tear down anyone to lift up ourselves. We did not seek to tear down Jamaica in order to be able to administer the affairs of Jamaicans. We ran a clean, disciplined, focused, well-organized campaign. And we proved that we can run a decent campaign and win. And that is how Jamaica has won.
They not like us. They not like us. They not like us.
That is how Jamaica wins. Our democracy by this election is proven to be intact. There are those who are trying to seed a view that the mere fact of a third term is a threat to democracy. There are those who are trying to carry the idea that regardless of how well a government performs and merits to be re-elected, it shouldn't happen because somehow that is a threat to democracy. Well, today has dispelled that because we went through the toughest battle in any democratic society in the region to stand here and say we will be the government for the third term. And I want that point to be understood. We contested the election with the highest level of decency and morality. The people came out. We do have our concerns about the turnout. But the people who voted, the majority spoke and chose Jamaica.
Choose Jamaica, choose Jamaica.
So I am satisfied that our democracy is strong. But I wish to assure all Jamaicans who participated in the elections or who did not participate in the election that my government will continue to be respectful of, uphold, and advance democratic institutions and protect the democracy of this country. There are some things that should be said. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. Jamaica is at a special place today. It is an opportunity. For me, it was also a personal challenge. And I would just like to say, when you face challenges and you look for the opportunities, rise to the occasion. Look at yourself. You know you're strong. No one can stop you. Rise to the occasion. Look at yourself and say you're strong. No one can stop you. Oh, yeah. Rise to the occasion. Go ahead, you know you're strong. No one can stop you. And after all the attacks, the lies, the rumors, the innuendos, I am still solid as a rock. They just can't stop me now. Keep a good man down. Always keep a smile when they want me to frown. I'm so solid as a rock. They just can't stop me now. Now, in the third term, as in the first and the second, we must guard against arrogance. We must develop an even keener ears to listen to the people. We must be focused on addressing the needs of the people. And while it is clear that the majority have spoken and chosen the Jamaica Labour Party, geographically and traditionally, there are still those who may not share that view. And for varying reasons. One reason is they say, yes, we see prosperity in some areas, but they want prosperity to come now to their community, to their driveway, and to their doorway. This government, in our third term, must be laser focused on ensuring that there is prosperity for all Jamaicans. And just to be clear, prosperity doesn't mean riches. For some people, prosperity means peace. They want to live in peace. For some people, prosperity may mean their children getting to university. For some people, prosperity is a car. For others, it is a house. But for most people, it is the road fixed in their community and water in their pipes. And so, we must be focused on delivering these basic public services, which means prosperity for so many. But Jamaica is more than that. Jamaica is a potential to be realized. And for decades, we have underperformed. The story of Jamaica is that we have done so much as a country, but we could have done so much more. For the first time, an electorate has said, we will reward a performing government to continue to deliver the promise of Jamaica. The promise of cutting murders and crime and bringing Jamaica finally to peace, the peace which we had 60 years ago. We can have peace in our country. The promise of Jamaica being a growing and robust economy, which we had 60 years ago, we will continue to fulfill the promise of the growth of the Jamaican economy. We will continue to fulfill the promise of a knowledgeable, educated, and informed society, where every child can have access to the best quality education. We will continue to fulfill that promise. We will continue to fulfill the promise where every Jamaican can have meaningful employment and earn a meaningful income so that you can fulfill your own personal dreams and aspirations. We will continue to fulfill that promise. And we will continue to build a society that is just. A society that is fair for everyone. We will continue the work that we have started in our second term. Now, as I close my presentation to you, our political organization, like any other organization, must renew itself. The third term is also an opportunity for renewal, to attract new people, to expose new talent, to refresh ideas, and to place to the Jamaican people a continued, credible political organization that can always ably lead the government of the country. So we will not be laying back comfortable in victory. No. We will be rebuilding, refreshing, renewing, and preparing to be a credible alternative to the opposition for the fourth term of a Jamaica Labour Party government.
Yes, I love the blessing. I love the blessing. Father God blessing.
The labor rights. Jamaicans, your democracy is strong. You have made the right decision to continue with a government that performs, because it sends a signal to governments to come that the way to win is by performing, by doing, by achieving victory by merit. Third, in our second term, we created a momentum. We are on the right path, heading in the right direction with the right trajectory. That should not be broken, and the Jamaican people share that view. And therefore, we will continue to use the momentum to accelerate the development of our country and to ensure that you can get the benefits and the aspirations that you have all wished for. And fourth, we commit to being a responsible, caring, and fair government. That is my commitment and the commitment of my team to you. We will be the political party to move Jamaica from poverty to prosperity. I continue to be your 1 p.m.
Yes, I love the blessing. I love the blessing. Father God blessing. One more blessing. I love the blessing. I love the blessing. They can't stop me. I am blessed. I am blessed. Every day of my life, I am blessed.
Brother Jamaica, I know the night is still young and you want to party. But I want you to all put your hands together for those winning candidates who have joined us late and for those who are not here. And for our brothers and sisters who unfortunately did not make it. Labor rights, you have been a good set of people. Stay tuned for announcements to come. Take warning. God bless you. God bless and awareness. Let's dance.
Wake up in the morning, and I lay my head to rest. Every day of my life, I am blessed. God bless me up, He watch over me. So when the wicked rise up and feed them, with 10 years, me I make it. Someday I gotta feed them what me at work.
We're playing for the play of the party's anthem.
And
All rights and justice is our everlasting song. Unity and progress will make our nation strong. Stand up for your rights when you hear the bell. Stand up for justice, hear the freedom bell. Remember the plenty serve you will. Stand up, Jamaicans, when you hear the bell.
And Joelness, they are the team well strong. JLP, me say the thing up. From road work to work. But now ease up, prosperity around. Yeah. The one place turn up. And Joel I everything good, yeah, the money just a Read this in high school. Believe not yourself, people enough for. For the winner, progressive have to show. A road have to fix up, money have to flow. Mommy war off before this time blow. Jobs to me says, jobs to grow. Economy a rising. Money down, them a watch it show. Division, we can't come back, parliament game. Future secure, the leader, Jamaica say sure. Leader, the leader, Jamaica say sure. Prosperity love, now that done before. They get come up a vision without support. The leader, Jamaica say sure. Leader, the leader, Jamaica say sure. I think one God. We have a righteous Africa. Champion, champion, champion. One on each year, one on each year. We have a right to be best one champion, champion. Ready again. Gossa, gossa. Let them sit, let them sit. In our left place, champion. Aye. Let them sit. Champion, everybody knows that Bravo a champion, 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 champion. Gossa, champion, champion. Michael Jordan, Obama, a champion. We are sending a message to our player. And Wendy, a champion. Hey! And a champion, 958. Oh, a champion. Champion, champion. Champion, 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 champion. Everybody knows say bravo. Ready, let's send a message to Oprah. Ready? Viva Fatima, China. Listen to what the words. Ready? Marching on to victory. That's up here. That's up. That's up. Tell the little lights. We are marching to the body. It's a really good dance. Viva Fatima, China. Marching on to victory. It's a really good dance. Viva Fatima, China. Dance. Viva Fatima, China. Marching on to victory. 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 Send a message. Send a message. Marching on to victory. Viva Fatima, Viva Fatima, marching on to victory. Viva Fatima, marching on to victory.